Re-Zero, Sloth if Story, Rem if Web Novel Chapters, Extra Chapter 1, Natsuki Rem.
Beneath a pristine sky of blue, Subaru squints up at the downpour of daylight. He hears someone crying, a girl crying. Crying with all her might, using all the strength in her little body. Seeing her pour all her soul into showcasing her emotions, Subaru idly wonders how it is that kids have so much energy. And after thinking it, he's stunned at himself for how geriatric it is to think such a thing. Subaru, I already knew that I'd gotten old, but realizing it was an unconscious thing and not conscious sucks. And when I was trying be still full of youth and boundless energy, ? The hell is this about youth and boundless energy? You ever take a damn objective look at yourself? What sounds like some insults come from Subaru's side. The familiar, crude voice makes Subaru sigh as he lazily turns to look at the speaker. Subaru is seated on a chair, and a boy stands next to him at even eye level. The boy frowns in response to Subaru's silent staring. Boy, but anyway, do something about Spiker's crying already. Seriously can't handle it, Subaru, but I'm done for. Your heartless words have torn my tender soul to shreds. I've reverted to the mind of a child like Spiker and I'm gonna start bawling. Forgive my done for self, boy, there's nothing forgivable about a grown man doing that in public. The boy gesticulates vigorously as he retorts to Subaru's immature manner of sulking. The action prompts the baby cradled in Subaru's arms, Spiker, to take a deep breath. The two guys give useless statements of ah and ooh and there comes the emotional explosion. Spiker, AHK, Subaru, arf. She's crying. Spiker's crying. Looka Rigel, you better do something about this, you're her brother, Rigel. If you're gonna say that, then aren't you the one who's gotta do something if you don't wanna be terrible? In a corner of a main street of a lively townscape, two guys pass the responsibility around as they cradle a baby. Passers-by look over at the noisy three, wondering what's going on. But after seeing the two of them running about in circles, they look away like what, just the same as always, and ignore it. So, the two's pattern of running around continues undisturbed. Could call it charming, or just as easily call it riotous and unpleasant. Subaru, we've got a little girl bawling her whole soul out over here, and not a single person's giving us a hand. Shit, what's wrong with society? Have people's souls become so barren? Rigel, this isn't the time to whine about the world. If we don't stop Spiker's crying, what'll she say when she gets back? ? When who gets back? Rigel, well, who else? Rigel crosses his arms, nodding, and glances behind him. When his face stiffens and he falls stupefied, his mouth gaping open in dumb shock. Following Rigel's gaze, Subaru also catches sight of this new character, and his eyebrows spring up. Subaru, oh, done shopping? ? Yes, without problems. It seems you two've had some trouble. Subaru, nope, Spiker's just super energetic. I'm raising her so once she's running circles like this, she'll be running circles around guys. She's got a future as a bad girl, hearts pounding here. Spiker's eyes open slightly as she notices the woman and opens her hands before reaching out to her. Her uncomfortable posture dictates her demand for swapsies, the alienation wounding Subaru's poor paternal heart. Subaru, that said, I ignore what she wants and make her cry again, then this is just winding up where we started. All yours, woman, she's all mine. Subaru's tone is pretty reckless, but he is awfully gentle as he hands Spiker over. A smile rises on the woman's face as she sees his fingers, cradling the babe like something ephemeral and precious. The woman accepts Spiker and cradles her securely to her chest, before gently rocking her. Woman, no, your father and brother are just no good. It's essential for you to swiftly grow larger and scold them as well. Subaru, hey now, don't go implanting things in her head while she's still an infant. Subaru imagines himself, having just done or said something stupid, stuck between the two angry girls with their arms akimbo. And then adding Rigel to that picture. Subaru, what? That's not as bad as I thought. Actually, that's such a happy fantasy that I might start crying maybe. Rigel, no damn thanks. Getting yelled at by my little sister'd completely crush my dignity as a brother. Subaru, There's no dignity out there that stays uncrushed after running in circles with me. I see it. Loving your sister and constantly spoiling her, your future is one of being whipped. Rigel, don't push this on me just 'cause you're whipped yourself. I'm never gonna be like that. Subaru twiddles his fingers in a mysterious fashion as Rigel gives his objection. The one to furrow their brows at Rigel's refutation isn't Subaru but the blue-haired woman who had been watching happily over the two's back and forth. In a calm, but firm tone, the woman calls Rigel's name. Woman, Rigel. Is that any way for you to have been speaking in public? It is not tolerable, Rigel, woman, your mother hates, but I means. And, your previous statement was incorrect. The woman gives the calmed Spiker, cradled in her arms, a tender smile. Woman, your mother does not have your father whipped. Because your mother always puts your father in number one. Spoken with her cheeks flush, a statement more embarrassing than bawling like a baby in public. Rigel throws his arms up in surrender. Feeling something akin to an itch, Subaru smiles. The woman softly brushes her hair back as she blissfully watches over the family scene. Rem's long hair, blue as the sky and caressed by the wind, sways in the breeze. They're in a corner of a city in Kararagai, a spot that you could maybe or maybe not call a park. Subaru spaces out as he sits on one of the benches there. He watches the blue, short, spiky-haired Rigel run about to and fro with his somewhat brattish friends. The way he talks with his dad is impermissible, but watching him playing like this makes him seem like something cute. Subaru, if only we could do something about those nasty serial killer eyes of his. Rem, we mustn't. Those nasty eyes are who Rigel is. Even if he is enjoying himself, no matter how gleeful he is, strangers seeing him for the first time will think him nefarious and displeased because of his face. That is who Rigel is. Rigel, I can hear you, and Mom, you're backing me up actually really hurt, screams Rigel, who has been caught by the Oni and is in a state of being frozen, in this game that Subaru popularized, called Freeze Oni. Subaru gives him a casual wave and so does Rem, hers small and careful so as not to disturb a sleeping Spiker. Rigel pouts with his sharp Sanpaku gaze dissatisfied. He looks like Subaru did in his childhood photo albums, and unbearably so. Subaru, which means it's already decided that his future'll end up like this. I'd shudder if I were him. Being told that I'd turn into me in 20 years. Rem, skilled at cooking and incredible at housework, will acquire an ideal, wonderful wife who is respectful and devoted to her valiant husband. Would be what you meant, Subaru. What's with that normie outburst? Wait, I'm the normie. Subaru puts his hand to his head and pokes out his tongue. Rem gives a small laugh and puts her hand to her mouth, before clicking her throat and glancing at Subaru. Rem, if you don't deny that and adorn me so in compliments, you do realize that I will get carried away? Subaru, where did I adorn you with compliments, in that exchange? All I did was purposefully not deny you praising yourself. That said it's unmistakable truth and there's nothing deniable about it. Actually, if you let Subaru get away with unrestrainedly, unabashedly talking about Rem, things turn into something horrible with all the compliments flying around. Being that it's midday with kids scuffling in the park, lots of their family members and neighbors are around. If Subaru starts with the lovey-dovey talk even once, the entire thing will escalate and inadvertently be the main topic of all the neighborhood gossip tomorrow. That doesn't sound so bad, is a tempting poison in Subaru's thoughts, but he consciously ignores it and immerses himself in peace and harmony. He closes his eyes while basking in sunlight, creating the illusion that he is floating upon the light's warmth. Something begins to drag his consciousness away, his exhaustion after consecutive late nights overpowering his attention. His head grows heavy, wavers. And, Subaru, Rem, if you are tired, take my shoulder. As Spiker is currently monopolizing my arms, Subaru opens his eye to find Rem, who has scooched over to his side and is propping him up. With their height difference, his head will fit perfectly in the crook of her shoulder if he leans over. Feeling some embarrassment, he looks down at Spiker as she sleeps in Rem's arms. She has her father's black hair, and her mother's adorable face. A sweet, innocent life yet ignorant of the world. Subaru, that damn spiker. You might be my darling daughter, but you're a bad girl for monopolizing my sanctuary. You're sentenced to tickled torture later, Rem. You will have to wait until night time to monopolize my breasts, Subaru. We're in a park in the middle of the day right now, so could you please watch what you say? Hearing that incredible line prompts Subaru to jerk far back. He glances over, to find that Rem is blushing beet red. How to put it, Subaru, my wife is mega cute, Rem, only because I am so loved. The two share a smile. Rem's being beaming, Subaru's being kind of pnek, but it's still a smile. Getting embarrassed at their prolonged mutual gazing, Subaru scratches his cheek to collect himself. Then, I'll oblige, he says as he boldly rests his head on Rem's shoulder. Her long hair feels strangely nice as it tickles his cheeks in the wind. While sniffing its scent, Subaru rubs his cheek against Rem's shoulder. Rem, that tickles, darling. Subaru, sorry. Did something and it felt good and I got super excited. Now I'm following Spiker's example and all settled down. I'll leave the being unsettled up to Rigel. Ooh, Rigel su akiyid. Rigel, I can hear you, stupid dad. Stop bringing me up all the time, Rem. Rigel. Your sister is sleeping, please be more considerate. Rigel, this isn't goddamn right, screams the frozen Rigel, but no one in the family is going to back him up. Actually, nobody is going to help Rigel. His role is one of being teased. Subaru finds that Rigel's personality, speech and behavior coincides a lot with his own, but Rigel's peers' neglect to shun him might be the only point where his luck outstrips Subaru's. That said, Subaru also felt that he was part of the community when he was a child. Rigel's future isn't looking so bright. Subaru, gotta make sure Spiker doesn't turn out like that. Rigel's unfortunate, but you take after mom and have a bright future awaiting you. I'm just praying you don't get caught in the grips of a useless guy like me, Rem. There is nobody who could substitute for you. You are the only darling in the world, to me. Subaru gives a small smile, and the two fall into silence. With the gentle wind tickling him, and Rem's body heat on his skin, this world of innocence could about swallow him. Days of manual labor have built up some physical strain in Subaru. These occasional instances of family time are where he delights in the happiness of daily living. Basking in sunbeams, watching his son get teased by his friends, napping while cuddling up to his wife, while she cradles his daughter. Was this not sweet happiness, Rem? Subaru-kun. Subaru opens his eyes at the sudden address. He glances over to see Rem, her head tilted slightly towards him. Her pale blue eyes reflect Subaru, her lips trembling, suggesting that she has something to say. Subaru, that name. Rem goes silent. Subaru, been a while. You've only been calling me, darling, or your father, lately. Subaru closes his eye, his mouth relaxed, but Rem's tense. Her attitude makes Subaru think of several years ago, back when they had just run away, where this kind of thing was incredibly common. She'd been trying to keep Subaru from noticing, but Subaru paid more attention to Rem than she thought. Subaru closes his eyes. Feels the breeze. Rem was the one who proposed they all go shopping today. Subaru has a bit of a guess as to why. Subaru, it's been 8 years since that day, now. Rem, so you noticed? Subaru, well, it's a huge turning point for me. No, for us. I noticed, remembered, didn't forget, would never forget, the day he knelt before fate. Abandoned everything. And ran away. He had meant to give up on everything. But there was one thing he couldn't surrender that day. Their decision that day, and her love, because that was there. Subaru was now here. Rem, Subaru-kun, do you? It's a nostalgic form of address, and one that Rem consciously phased out of using shortly after they fled to Kararagai. Partly to indicate their status as a couple to those around them, but also to make a change from the past. Subaru had purposefully never referenced this fact until today, and Rem had never told him her reason for it either. A whirlpool of complex emotion churns in Rem's eyes. Rem, have any regrets? Subaru, regrets? Rem, yes. About running away. About giving up. About throwing so much away. About me being what you. Subaru, If you say, settled for, I'll get super mad. I get to come home hand in hand with Rigel and Spiker. Oh, nah, don't really need Rigel. Just leave him behind. Subaru sees Rigel's face turn sour, but he feigns ignorance while shooting him the, I'm having an important discussion right now, look to send him hurtling down into the abyss. He turns back to Rem. Subaru, you know, this is seriously super late to mention, 8 years down the line and all, and I really have no idea how much effect this'll have after saying it tens or hundreds or thousands of times, but, Rem, yes, Subaru, I love you more than anything in the world. You're my only wife, and I'm your only man. You're not the kind of cheap woman a guy like me could get by making compromises. He gets himself upright and bounces his finger off Rem's forehead. Rem looks surprised as Subaru brings his face closer to hers. Subaru, just as I pledged that day, everything I am belongs to you. I devote myself to you, give myself to you, live only for you. Though now, also for our children. Subaru brings his face closer and steals a kiss, nothing more than fleeting contact. While close enough to feel the other's breath, Subaru makes a mischievous face, the one that never changes no matter how much he ages. Subaru, so, that ease you? Rem, I'm sorry. I am always uneasy. Because I continuously fall more deeply in love with you, Subaru-kun. I believe that there could be nothing happier than this, and then it happens that I experience even greater, further happiness. Happiness, and love, and so unease. Tears well up in Rem's eyes while she speaks of happiness, simultaneously shaking her head. She puts her forehead to Subaru's, each sharing the other's warmth. Rem, it feels as though one day, my darling who I touch like this, will disappear. Subaru, relax. I'm not leaving you, and I'm never gonna disappear. So long as your love for me hasn't exhausted, we'll never be separated. Rem, Subaru-kun, my love for you would never be exhausted. Subaru, well then, together forever. I love you, Rem. Again, Subaru kisses Rem. Teeth meet soft lips, her face frozen in surprise as Subaru plunges in deeper. Their tongues intertwine, her saliva hot on his taste buds. There is where he separates. Rem takes a little breath, her breathing now longer and heavier. Subaru raises his finger. Subaru, and besides, Subaru, don't say stupid things about it being a compromise or whatever. What's a compromise? You mean we had Rigel and Spiker out of sympathy, not love? Spiker's the embodiment of our planned love, and Rigel's a kid born from the recklessness and flaring passions of the love in our youth. Rem, it certainly was a time when Rigel was born, says Subaru with hand on hip in lecturing posture. Rem smiles and counting the memories off on her fingers. Rem, we had moved to Kararagai and finally found jobs and a residence, and what we needed to do was slowly, carefully prepare our foundations to live, and yet, Subaru, no well look, I was young and impatient. Rem, you were supposed to be exhausted after work, Subaru-kun, and yet bedtime certainly saw you lively. Subaru, no, well, look, I was young and had stamina. Rem, the time that we acquired formal employment and the time I became pregnant were almost simultaneous. How pale my face turned then. Subaru, sure are hard to accept, those follies of your youth. Rigel's face sours at getting treated like a mistake, but he appears to read the mood and manages to control himself. Pretty good son. Subaru gives him a nod, and Rem also turns her gaze to him. Rem, but, honestly, I was happy when I was pregnant with Rigel. Subaru, and I was too. When I first found out, my nose leaked and I pissed myself a little, and after I got you to punch me to make sure I wasn't dreaming, man it got bloody. This probably happened because she had been inches from exploding in rage, but she punched him hard enough that when he slammed against the wall, the whole of their temporary residence slanted. If Subaru hadn't managed to brace himself, he feasibly could have died. That one aside, Subaru remembers everything from when Rem told him she was pregnant, and all the warm feelings that surged through his chest back then, but Rem shakes her head. Subaru tilts his head, not getting it. A slight shadow comes over Rem's smile. Rem, my happiness was surely different from your pure one, Subaru-kun. What made me happy? Was my delight that I would never lose you. Subaru goes silent. Rem, Rigel is the bond between you and me in tangible form. The phrasing is not nice, but with a baby being born between us, we would be bound together by something that could never be severed. That is why I was happy. Maybe this was what was making her so anxious back then. They had abandoned everything and fled to a new land together, with only each other to cling to. Meaning that Rem was constantly terrified that she may lose Subaru. Rem's self-esteem is low enough to put up a good fight with Subaru's. Considering how Rem undervalues herself, life with Subaru meant constant exhaustion between the extremes of happiness and the extremes of terror. What ended those extremes was the new life born between them. Subaru, you didn't believe? Rem, no, I did. I believe in you more than anyone in the world, Subaru-kun. Subaru, not that. I don't mean not believing in me. You didn't believe in yourself. Rem's breath catches, and she gives a small nod. Her mental image of Subaru is inordinately grand. Her own presence, in opposition to that, must feel unnervingly minuscule. She must not have noticed that Subaru had always held the exact same unease. Even though Subaru had always considered Rem a girl far, far too good for himself, it makes Subaru smile. Seeing that, Rem puffs out her cheeks. Rem, fine. I was stupid. Of course you would laugh. Subaru, no no no. I just had that thought again. That you and I have the exact same character, but despite that my wife truly is the cutest in the world. Subaru's sneak attack makes Rem freeze for a moment in surprise, and she blushes. Seeing her reaction makes Subaru feel vividly that yes, I love her. He loved Rem more than anyone in the world. Was in love with her. He could scream it from the top of lungs. And in reality, he occasionally did. They're a pretty famous, fiery couple in the neighborhood. Rem, Rigel, Spiker, Subaru. Subaru tilts his head. Rem looks up at him. Rem, they are both the names of stars. The names of stars from the place where you lived. Subaru, yup. My dad was fundamentally a crazy, unfortunate kind of man who'd spell common sense as common sense, but I think him naming me Subaru was a good decision. I really like it, my name. Subaru's a star name too. See, an assignment in primary school required that the students investigate the origins of their names, which was how Subaru came to learn the history behind his own. Upon learning that he was named after a cluster of the stars that painted the night sky, he felt uncharacteristically. Ever since, despite his tendency to drop hobbies quickly, perusal of manuals and indexes about stars alone remained a long-standing custom. He knew the names of most stars, and whenever he had the opportunity to name something, his selection would of course be Subaru, a star name, basically. My online usernames were star names, and if I ever needed an alias or a fake name, it'd probably be from a star. In some sense, aren't these sparkle names? Rem, I would not know in what sense you mean, but I think it's wonderful to take names from stars. When we have our third, let's do the same. Subaru, talking about a third right now's kinda pretty hasty. Like, Spiker's still an infant. Rem, I believe it would be fine to entrust her to Rigel once she's no longer breastfeeding. Why do you think I cautioned you that we couldn't have another child until Rigel was larger? Subaru, it doesn't really stand out since I'm around, but you're pretty damn harsh on Rigel too. Rem, Subaru stands up, brushing off his behind. He turns his back toward Rem, revolves his hips. Subaru, wanna put our shopping down, so say it's about time to go home. Outside we have the public eye bothering us and we can't get as lovey-dovey as we want. Rem, indeed. I am in the mood for full-strength, full-power lovey-dovey for the first time in a while. Subaru, see, can my libido really keep up with an Oni's stamina? Subaru mutters to himself in terror, then holds his hand out to Rem, still seated on the bench. Rem leisurely takes his hand and pulls herself up, simultaneously pulling Subaru into her arms. Subaru takes his time, relishing the warmth of hugging both Rem and Spiker. Then, Subaru, right, off we go then. To our home. Rem, yes, darling. Subaru holds the shopping bag in one hand, Rem's hand in the other. Subaru walks a half step ahead of Rem, who huddles up close behind him as she follows. They go over to their son, still frozen in the middle of the square. Subaru, hey, my son presently enjoying the Sapporo Snow Festival. This game of Freeze Oni isn't going anywhere and watching it is the peak of boring, so me, Mom, and your sister are going home. You go stay overnight at a friend's. Rigel, aren't you just plain goddamn throwing me out? Or no, actually, let's talk about how my parents were there in the middle of a park in broad daylight, kissing. Subaru, that's what you get, Mr. Jealous. Too bad, Rigel. This rem's for my use only. Rigel, shut up. Rigel screams in anger, setting his sharp Sunpaku gaze on the chortling Subaru. But Rigel sees that Subaru seems to enjoy all this, and gives a long, deep sigh. Rigel shakes his head. Rigel, cool it, me. Don't get caught up in Dad's pace. Cool it. Right, cooled it. So, what were you talking about with Mom, Subaru, Stuff like how your name's a star name. Actually, the first candidate for your name was Vega, but, Rigel, that's badass. Why didn't you, Subaru? Because it's badass. Felt like you'd be hard to deal with in your rebellious age, so we stopped on that one. I knew that age would pass eventually, but this father's heart of mine didn't wanna get bested by its son. Rigel, that's how far you imagined the future of a just-born infant? Rigel jumps up as he retorts to Subaru's clever joking. And, Rigel moved. Rigel broke the rules of Freeze Oni. Rigel, the Oni verbally assaults Rigel at this critical juncture. Rigel's throat freezes. Subaru gives Rigel's shoulders a slap. Subaru, guys who break the rules of Freeze Oni play a penalty game. Oni's gonna get tickled till he can't laugh or cry anymore. Good luck, Rigel, don't say something so stupid with such a serious expression. Hey, what, you guys? Wait. Don't take this man's words seriously. Children appear one after another to chase Rigel around. Rigel flees. But they capture him. They push him to the ground, his limbs restrained, and assault his body with their merciless fingers. Subaru, farewell, my son. You were a good boy. Your father was the one at fault. Rigel. Your mother and father have important things to discuss, so stay overnight at a friend's house for today. Also, you are forbidden to use your horn. So as not to tear your clothes. Rigel, I'll remember this, you heartless parents. Spiker sees her big bro getting tortured by scores of tickly hands and makes a happy-sounding noise. Looks like she's got a promising kind of personality to her. She'll probably become a bigger fixture in the Natsuki household than Rigel. With his somewhat twisted exhibition of love for his darling Rigel conveyed, Subaru takes Rem's hand and starts walking towards the tranquility and happiness-filled abode in which his precious family live. Subaru-kun. Subaru, Rem tugs on his hand, prompting Subaru to stop walking. He glances back. The moment he does, a strong wind blows past the two. Subaru unwittingly closes his eyes, slowly opening them again once the wind's noise subsides. The wind caresses Rem's long, blue hair, which glimmers so much as if to melt into the sunlight. Rem, with her hair grown long. Subaru more or less knows in counter to whom she had done that. When Subaru now thought of long-haired girls, the first image to arise in his mind was that of the most precious woman in the world, right here in front of him. Cradling their beloved daughter, her long blue hair gently tousled in wind, Rem smiles at Subaru. For Subaru, that was the smile of his most beloved, which evoked adoration in him paralleled by no other. Rem, right now, am happier than any in the world.
Extra Chapter 2, Oni and Happiness.
Subaru, in no way. Is this for real? Amongst the crowded plaza, Subaru raises his voice in disbelief, eyes rife with excitement. He can't help but make a scene. In his line of sight was a single market stall. The brown-clothed shopkeeper handling it widens his eyes at Subaru's sudden overreaction, but Subaru, overwhelmed, doesn't even notice the shocked shopkeeper. Lips trembling with excitement, he even neglects to wipe the sweat dripping from his forehead, causing Subaru to taste some oddly bitter saliva. Caught like a deer in headlights, Subaru's feet stop squarely in front of the stall. Question mark. Hey, what's the matter, standing around like a mook all of a sudden? If we don't get home soon, you'll end up buying some useless crap again. The child walking ahead grimaces as he reluctantly stops for Subaru. Folding his arms behind his head, the boy's sharp, dagger-like stare makes his displeasure seem very obvious. And yet, while his leering suggests he's out to kill, Subaru knew he wasn't necessarily in a bad mood. After all, Subaru, with his own set of sharp eyes, was practically a veteran in accidentally scaring off strangers. Subaru, live strong. Question mark. What the hell are you suddenly pitying me for? Wait. I don't wanna hear it. I know it's just gonna depress me. Don't tell me. I said don't tell me, goddammit. Subaru, seeing you all worked up like this, I'm really looking forward to the future. Really, you're the best for bullying like this. You might seriously be a prodigy. Blessed by the very gods with this divine gift. Rigel, like hell I want a gift like that. If the gods have the time to be giving out useless crap, then at least give me something more useful, dammit. The boy shouts back at Subaru's taunts, his face twisted fiercely. The boy with short blue hair looks up to the sky as if grieving. Subaru merely nods at his usual overreaction, then proceeds to face the shopkeeper who had been watching their useless banter with a blank face. Subaru, hey, how much are these? Shopkeeper, huh? Subaru grins mischievously at the shopkeeper who was obviously taken aback. Subaru's evil glare and exposed teeth puts a lump in the shopkeeper's throat as he tries his best not to shriek. Although considering the exchange just then, his own reaction seemed rather trivial. Subaru clears his throat and points at a particular item in the stall. Subaru, I want these. Give me some. I'll take, say, 3 bags of them. Shopkeeper, why yes. Thanks for your patronage. Rigel, hey. Wait a second. What the heck are you buying all of a sudden? If we buy unnecessary stuff on the way home, we won't just be wasting money, we'll be punished within an inch of our lives. The second the shopkeeper accepts Subaru's purchase, the boy's face fills with fear. He pulls sheepishly on the hem of Subaru's coat, practically begging him to reconsider. Taking hold of his hand, Subaru crouches to the boy's eye level and reassures him. Subaru, don't worry, I'm not using any of our shopping money. This'll come out of my own personal pocket money. It's my hard-earned allowance that I've slowly been saving up. I'm sure you know how restrictive I am about using it. Rigel, yeah, well. You don't spend on alcohol or smokes, so that just leaves. I guess splurging it all on women? Subaru, hey, you're definitely trying for a serious misunderstanding here, aren't you? Who the hell did you get this awful personality from, huh? I'd really like to know. Rigel, I'm pretty much certain it's hereditary. Sadly, Subaru shakes his head with grief at the boy's callous declaration. As he brandishes the bird with his left hand, Subaru grabs the exposed finger by the joint, and the boy mutters a short before wailing in pain. As these two carry on, the shopkeeper dutifully fills the bags and gives a brief, nervous laugh. Shopkeeper, you boys sure are friendly. Watcher, father and son? Subaru, hey, after all that, you really think he's my son? Man, merchants sure have some useless eyes. What do you think, Rigel? Rigel, after looking at our faces, it'd be harder not to figure it out. Still locked in a death grip, Rigel shouts rebelliously against the pain. Hearing that, Subaru admits defeat with a casual well, I guess that's true. At that point, the bagging was finished. The shopkeeper brings forward 3 small sacks while Subaru pulls out the pouch holding his allowance. Subaru, all right, how many yen will that be? Shopkeeper, dunno what yen you're talking about, altogether it'd be 16 coppers. Subaru, then 3 silvers should do. I don't need the change. Keep it, shopkeeper, shoot. Generous ain't ya? I'll take ya up on it. Thanks. The shopkeeper makes big, dramatic gestures as he happily accepts the silvers. Watching the exchange and their carefree smiles, Rigel grimaces. Between Subaru's death grip and the fact they were giving up the change, it was obvious that Rigel was upset. Subaru, don't worry, it's all good. Today I got a hold of something really nostalgic. Just consider it a bonus for bringing me a little excitement. Besides, being too stingy will get you punished someday. Rigel, excitement and nostalgia, what are you even talking about? Rising up, Rigel, while still clearly discontent, asks curiously about the purchase. In response, Subaru ruffles his short hair with full force. Gwa-ah, Rigel roars with further discontent. Subaru, it's got a little something to do with the missus. It reminds me of an old custom from my hometown, Subaru replies, a mischievous smile emerging on his face. Rem, and so, you two somehow ended up spending how much? The blue-haired maiden sighs lightly at Subaru's explanation. The second Subaru and Rigel had returned, she came out to welcome them both home. She apparently came from the kitchen, as her white apron had faintly wet splotches, showing where she had hurriedly dried her hands. In his spare time, Subaru covered her apron with decorative patches and embroidery. Seeing the wet splotches all a careful distance from his handiwork, Subaru is struck with a surprise attack of embarrassing affection. Rem, geez, what are you laughing about? Rem still hasn't received a satisfying answer. Without really thinking, Subaru's face loosens at the sight of her. Yet, the long, blue-haired Rem was thoroughly upset. Looking ready to dish out a frightening punishment, she lays her eyes on Rigel, who stands beside Subaru. Rem, Rigel too. You know your father is erratic like this. If you don't keep it together, what is Rem to do? Rigel, yes, I'm incredibly sorry for. Wait a second, this is just weird. Even if I calm down and think carefully, it's still just plain weird. Why is the child being scolded for his careless parent? Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Subaru, wait a minute, Rigel. Take a deep breath, now exhale. Yeah, like that, slowly. Repeat that 5 more times, and make sure to close your eyes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there you go. Have you calmed down? Yup, you're calm now. Alright, so now that you're calm, go ahead and apologize to your mother. Rigel, I freaking meditated till I hit my Zen state and reflected on my actions, but I still don't see how I've done anything wrong. Rather than calm down, Rigel goes red in the face with anger, raging toward his room. Rigel, Rem calls out his name as he rushes past her, but he keeps moving. Or so it seems until he had run up to the end of the corridor. Rigel, what? Rigel's feet stop. Despite everything else, Rigel always listens to what his parents had to say to the very end. Rem, fully aware that Rigel would stop for him, carries on with her usual cool demeanor. Rem, snacks have been prepared for you up in your room, so please have them after washing up. And don't forget to let Spiker know you are home. Rigel, got it. Thanks for the food. As part of Subaru and Rem's lessons on mannerisms, it was an ironclad law in the Natsuki household to say thanks for the food before meals. No matter how frustrated or rebellious he was, Rigel would always remember this rule. Seeing the rare child in him, the couple looked toward him with fond eyes. In an act of petty rebellion, however, Rigel still slams the door as he heads upstairs. Rem turns back toward Subaru. Rem, do you think we teased him a bit too much? Subaru, nah, in terms of mother and son conversations, that was par for the course. Even though he acts like that, at his core, he at least doesn't hate it. That brat, he really is just like how I was as a kid. I can basically see right through him. Subaru affectionately pets Rem, comforting her as he removes his shoes and enters his home. He collects the day's purchases that Rigel had tossed haphazardly, though in reality, he let it prop up against the wall so it wouldn't fall over, and, practically by habit, Subaru walks side by side with Rem to the living room. As he props the 3 small bags onto the table alongside the groceries, Rem sneaks a peek at their contents. Rem, they really are completely normal beans. Subaru, yeah, that they are. What, did you think when I said beans, I was somehow hinting something naughtier and more erotic? Man, my dear wife might seem calm and level-headed, but she's actually pretty active and aggressive after all. Rem simply doesn't hesitate with giving and receiving love. Furthermore, when it comes to embarrassing displays of affection, Rem thinks Subaru-kun is just as guilty. Subaru, oh? When has a shy and naive-natured nice guy such as me ever done something so shameless? As Subaru poses flamboyantly, his chin on his fist and exposed white teeth flashing a smile, Rem briefly gazes at him with a charmed yet somewhat dumbfounded face. With her face still red with embarrassment, she averts her eyes. Rem, when we celebrated our anniversary, Subaru-kun bought a huge number of bouquets, and for Rem's birthday Subaru-kun and Rigel put up decorations all over the house, and when Spiker was born, Subaru-kun convinced the townsfolk to hold an entire parade. Subaru-kun always spends way too much on other people. Subaru, I use my allowance to make my wife and family happy. Isn't that basically spending for myself? In the end, I'm spending my allowance for the sake of my own happy life, aren't I? Rem, Subaru's earnest answer paints Rem's white face red with shyness and embarrassment. The sudden wave of emotions is too much for Rem, as happy tears faintly well. Raising her face, Rem quickly grabs Subaru's sleeve to mop her moist eyes. Her sudden movements surprise Subaru. He lets out a small "Ewa" as he loses his balance. Rem stands on her toes to support his weight, facing him as if they're just to catch him. Rem, Subaru, what's up with you all of a sudden? And then for a brief moment, they let their lips meet, their tongues entangled in a sweet embrace before finally parting. Subaru's heart beats feverishly after Rem's sudden display of affection, but he somehow manages a facade of calmness on his face. After savoring his tongue with her soft, sweet lips, Rem, with a faintly sensual look on her face, answers, Rem, Subaru-kun is the one at fault here. Saying such embarrassing things so suddenly like that. Subaru, did I really say something that embarrassing? Rem, Subaru-kun doesn't realize how much his words and actions affect Rem. Subaru-kun should be more careful. Rem doesn't mind if it's at home, but if Subaru-kun does this to Rem outside, Rem will be troubled. As a blushing Rem mutters back sheepishly, Subaru's facade of calmness and his very last threads of reason seem ready to snap. Subaru anxiously sneaks a glance at his wife. He definitely wasn't alone in his hot, unsteady breathing. As the atmosphere between the two lovers reaches a boiling point, Rigel, whoa. Spiker's crying. Someone. Anyone. Help. The cries of their beloved son and daughter shook the house like a small tremor. Subaru and Rem look each other in the face, and then automatically dash off. Without even a word, the two take each other's hands as they rush over to their crying baby daughter. Rem, by the way, what were those beans for? Subaru-kun said they were for a custom from his hometown. Subaru, oh yeah, did I not say? With Rem wrapped around his arm and her weight pleasantly pressing against him, Subaru casually answers with an innocent laugh. Subaru, so back in my hometown, there was this tradition where we'd throw beans at bad Oni to get rid of them. You see, at that moment, the bright smile Rem had shown Subaru seemed to freeze in shock. Subaru, you got it all wrong. Completely, utterly wrong. That wasn't my intention at all, I swear. Rem, he's horrible, isn't he, Spiker? Your father, oh, it must be that your father has come to hate your mother. If not, then why in the world would he buy beans for getting rid of Oni? It must be some roundabout way of telling Rem something. To Subaru-kun, Rem is just. Subaru, there's no way that's true. If someone asked me to choose between Rem and Rigel, I wouldn't hesitate for even a second to choose Rem. Rigel, you shitty dad. The family of four makes a huge commotion, its members chasing after each other in circles around the room. In the lead, a sulking Rem cradles Spiker in her arms and traces circles, cheeks puffed to their max. Second in line, Subaru desperately chases after her, apologizing profusely. And at the end of the pack, Rigel, who isn't heartless enough to leave outright, yells after Subaru with his face twisted in anger. Subaru, wait, I get it, stop for a second. I'll admit that what I just said wasn't quite right. Okay, so, if someone asked me to choose between Rem and Rigel, I'll waver for a little while and then choose Rem. Rigel, it's not about how long you took to get to that decision, goddammit. Don't get me involved in your lovers' quarrels. Rem, Rigel, What kind of language are you using against your father? Also, if you keep angrily thrashing about, Spiker will start crying again. Please keep quiet, Rigel. I don't want to hear that from the angriest person in this house right now. Rigel continues to roar rebelliously. At once, Subaru and Rem both put a finger to their lips and make a sh sound. Mortified, Rigel drops out of their absurd chase. The remaining two, Subaru and Rem, seem to chase after each other's backs endlessly, circling around an agitated Rigel sitting in the middle. Subaru, chasing out Oni, was just an expression. Back in my hometown they were, let's see. Oni was sort of like a collection of bad things. Things like disease and poverty and unpopularity were all bundled together and called Oni. The bin tossing was a tradition for getting rid of those bad things, so it's not like we were antagonizing actual Oni. Rem, horrible, just horrible. Subaru-kun, you even once said things like being fanatical like an Oni, and I love Oni, just to woo Rem. Seems that Subaru-kun fully forgot the feelings from that time. Subaru, I'm telling you that's not true. With that final retort, Subaru suddenly stops and turns around. Having not expected their circular chase to suddenly end, Rem falls into Subaru's breast with a startled look. Bringing her face even further into his breast, Subaru uses both arms to grab her in a bear hug, preventing Rem's escape. Subaru, forgetting my feelings for you? That's just plain impossible. Rem, you're my #1 favorite person in the entire world. Don't tell me you forgot that. Feeling his passionate gaze on her, Rem's eyes soon grow moist. It has been 9 whole years since the first time the two had met. In that time, Rem became a mother, and the young weakness in her was shed away, revealing the fortitude of a strong woman. And yet, when she falls into Subaru's arms like this, Rem can't help but revert to that time long ago when she was brimming with love and longing for him. Embarrassed with herself, Rem closes her eyes as a sweet sensation tickles her lips. Rem, Subaru-kun. Oh yes, Rigel. Please take Spiker for your mother. Rigel, yeah, okay. Rem, Subaru-kun. Between Subaru and Rem, Spiker had been experiencing a rather claustrophobic situation. Now with both hands free, Rem flings them towards Subaru's chest and rubs her soft cheeks against him. Rem, in Subaru-kun's eyes, is Rem still Subaru-kun's #1 favorite person? Subaru, is that even a question? I wouldn't even be exaggerating if I said that half my entire existence was my love for Rem and the other half was my devotion for Rem. Rem, geez, Subaru-kun is always spouting such nonsense. Embracing each other, Subaru and Rem exchange their deepest feelings. Witnessing the scene of his parents making up, Rigel deftly plugs Spiker's ears. Rigel, what a ass. Rigel screams with the force and strength of his entire body. Rem, the bin-tossing festival. Rem has never heard of such a tradition. Subaru, well I guess around here that's gotta be the case. To be honest, I can't seem to match the local calendar with my hometown's, so I'm not actually sure when it even is around here. To properly celebrate the festival, they would have wanted to wait until February 3rd. But, while this world had the same 4 seasons, and a year lasted for 365 days all the same, the names of the months were so outrageously different that, even after 9 whole years, Subaru still couldn't figure out which was February. All he knew was that since it was mildly cold out, it had to be somewhere between January and March. Subaru, anyway, without further ado, let's get the bin-tossing festival started. Oh, but rather than chase away actual Oni, we'll be chasing away all the bad stuff that gets referred to as Oni. Let's do it for our family's future happiness. Rem, well, Subaru-kun says that, but 3 out of our family are actual Oni. With the inkling of a bitter smile on her face, Rem protrudes a single white horn from her forehead, appealing for the Oni. Just as Rem said, Rigel and Spiker are indeed half Oni. Having inherited Oni blood, horns have even sprouted on their foreheads. Rigel can consciously bring his out, while Spiker's tiny horn occasionally emerges from her particularly enthusiastic crying. As the 4 sit in a circle for their family meeting, Subaru can feel a lack of enthusiasm in his Oni family members. Dismayed, he tries for a diversion. Subaru, Rem, On, Subaru extends his hand toward Rem's horn, gently rolling his fingers about the white protrusion. While the structure of the horn was quite rigid, its surface was surprisingly lukewarm and smooth to the touch. And above all else, apparently the horn was a sensitive spot of sorts. As Subaru's fingers play with Rem's horn, Rem, on, mngh. Wah, wait, Subaru-kun. The children, they're still, they're watching. Subaru, you'd be a little more convincing if you weren't snuggling up to me right now. As Rem lovingly brings her body towards Subaru's, she feels more reminiscent of a small, affectionate animal than a sexy housewife. Subaru brings Rem to his lap as he continues petting her horn. Turning to Rigel, Subaru, hey Rigel, what do you think? Rigel, aside from, you normies should just go explode? Well, I dunno but. Dad, I don't really get why you wanna do this so badly. Rigel glares harshly at Subaru as he comforts Spiker in his arms. To his son's criticism, Subaru gives an audible hair and makes big, exaggerated nods. Subaru, the reason's very simple actually. This is really the only holiday about Oni I could think of. Also, I didn't mention it before, but there's a bit more to this festival. As we chase away the bad things we call Oni, we'll also be inviting happiness into our home. Basically, it's a sort of ritual where we do away with the bad while praying for a safe, happy future. At that point, Rem had curled up into a ball on Subaru's lap. While softly stroking her small back, Subaru points his finger upward. Subaru, to Natsuki Subaru, family is the most important thing in the world. And the fact that we have ties with Oni isn't something I can or want to ignore. Besides, it's not like Oni have to always be antagonized. Rigel, meaning? Subaru, technically we're supposed to say, out with the Oni. In with fortune, while we throw beans around. But lately it's been popular to bring both Oni and fortune into the household. Rigel, that's just putting the cart before the horse. Bringing in good and bad things, what happened to the stuff from earlier? Subaru, the way of thinking must have changed. And I don't think it's really a bad thing either, Subaru explains as his fingers gently trail through Rem's long hair. Rem's back faintly quivers at the ticklish sensation, melting Subaru's gruff face into a fond smile. Subaru, chasing them out because they're Oni is just unreasonable. After all, it might just be possible to befriend an Oni. And then do erotic things with an Oni, and then marry an Oni, and then build a loving family with an Oni. Yeah, somehow, I think they're all possible. Rem, Subaru, if the world changed its way of thinking like that, I think it'd be great. I've always really liked Oni, and now my wife is an Oni, so I'm in paradise. Maybe people have started accepting the good with the bad, and this change in the Oni's treatment reflects that. Just as good and bad fluctuates in the world and day-to-day life, perhaps the way people feel about Oni is changing. Some even declare Oni as Mo characters. Having experienced Oni firsthand, Subaru knows them better than anyone. In his mind, there isn't even a shred of doubt. His wife is the cutest. Subaru, in with the Oni. In with fortune too. Rigel, say what? Subaru, in with the Oni. In with fortune too, let's bring them both in. To me, Oni and fortune are both signs of happiness. Being a bit greedy and going for both. How's that sound? Seeing Subaru shrug casually, Rigel shapes his mouth to say something back, but eventually couldn't find anything to say and slinks back down. As Subaru laughs at his son's speechlessness, a smiling Rem, still nestled in his lap, giggles with a foo-foo-foo sound. Rem, that peculiar way Subaru-kun thinks, Rem loves it. Let's do it, the bin-tossing festival. Subaru, oh, finally up for it I see. Alright, let's strike while the iron's hot. Maybe after this we can share the festival with everyone else too. Rem tilts her face towards Subaru as he lifts her up. She gives him a puzzled look, to which Subaru answers, Subaru, you know, like back when I showed the kids how to play freeze tag, and it spread like wildfire. Kararagai just feels kind of intimate and familiar. I always get the feeling it's just like my old hometown. Rem, Subaru-kun does say that occasionally. Is the feeling really that strong? Subaru, I said it a few times without really thinking much of it, but the villages here also elect their leaders by popular vote. Or something like that. And there are even holidays just like April Fools and Christmas, Rem, because having many events and holidays keeps things exciting and interesting. Rem thinks, Subaru, that's definitely part of it, but I feel like there's also more to it than that. Well, it doesn't really matter right now. Kuraragai was undeniably a wondrous place to live. Together with Rem, it has been 9 years since they immigrated here. Indeed, without the flood of support and kindness from its inhabitants, Subaru and Rem could not possibly have done as well as they did. Even now though, they still had their difficulties with the tricky Kuraragai dialect, which was reminiscent of Kansai dialect. Rigel, hey, I brought the beans. If we're doing this, let's get it over with already. Subaru, aha, finally coming around are you, my son. Even though you were being all negative earlier, deep inside you just couldn't help getting all crazy and excited. Wow, Rigel Sue a kid. Rigel, I'm still better than a stupid dad who worries his wife and kids to death. Rigel roughly forces a bag into both Subaru and Rem's hands, keeping one for himself. Now facing each other, the two Oni look towards Subaru for what to do next. Nodding, he stuffs his hand into the bag and pulls out a single bin. It's simple. Just chant, out with the Oni. In with fortune. Well, except we'll be bringing the Oni in. Yeah, let's do that instead. Rem, so the beans. Does Rem throw them at the Oni? Rigel, Mom. That violent look you're giving your son is genuinely terrifying him. Subaru, well technically, but don't do it so seriously, all right? Actually, please be gentle. After ensuring everything was set, the bin-tossing festival begins. Facing off against each other, a bin in each hand, Subaru, all right, take that. In with the Oni. In with fortune, Rem, I in with the Oni. In with fortune, Rigel, in with the, hey wait, Spiker don't cry. I said don't cry. Hey, stop for a second, why, stop with the beans. Back and forth, the room is filled with such exchanges as beans fly chaotically all over. Subaru bears a refreshing energy and gusto. Rem, who felt embarrassed at first, quickly casts off her shame and laughs innocently. Rigel, who for some reason bore the fatal handicap of handling Spiker, fights against an almost desperate struggle. Subaru, yeah. In with the Oni. In with fortune, with the Oni themselves as family, and a home filled to the brim with happiness. This is the way the Natsuki household celebrates the bin-tossing festival. With a loving Oni wife by his side and yet more Oni as children, Subaru enjoys a truly new form of the festival with his precious family. This is just bliss, he thought. Rogue beans scatter about the room, the corridor, all over the house. Just thinking about the ensuing cleanup would put a serious damper on the soul. But anyone moping about cleanup instead of enjoying this chaotic moment wouldn't be quite right in the head. They laugh, and laugh, and laugh some more as beans shoot across the room. For the sake of being together with the beloved Oni, and for the sake of everlasting happiness, they toss beans. Rem, Subaru-kun. Before he realized it, Rem's face had closed in on Subaru. As Subaru drops his gaze towards her, Rem approaches him, her flushed face showing him a brimming smile. Rem, today and every day from now on, will Subaru-kun please happily embrace both Rem and Fortune? Saying that, Rem jumps into his open arms. Subaru hugs her in turn as he replies, Subaru, I told you didn't I? Building a future together, hand in hand with an Oni, that's always been my lifelong dream. With the happiness of this moment, as well as the promised happiness of tomorrow, unshakably rooted in his heart, Subaru whispers back his reply with a limitless passion. Rigel, damn, he sure just does whatever he feels like. Spiker, Adar. Rigel, what, you're hungry? But no, you can't eat them. Dad said you're supposed to eat your age in beans. Spiker's not even one yet, and you don't even have teeth to eat them with anyway. I'll eat them in your place, Spiker, you dare. Rigel, don't look so sour. You know, when you make that face, you look just like how Mom does when she's sulking to Dad. Damn, once Spiker starts walking around and stuff, I'm not looking forward to my place in the family hierarchy. Spiker, oh, Bar, Rigel, go back inside? Don't talk crazy, we can't go back right now. All that stuff about been tossing and the festival, and after trying to look cool in front of Mom, they're definitely still flirting around in there. Out with the Oni, my ass. I bet he just wanted me out so he could flirt to his heart's content. Spiker, AAU. Adar, Rigel, what, are you backing him up too? First with Mom, now with Spiker, does Dad emit some sort of Oni attracting pheromone or something? I don't believe this shit. Spiker, Ada, Adaru. Ooh, Rigel, huh? Why are you petting my cheek like you're trying to comfort me? No, you got it all wrong, it's not like I like Dad or anything. Even among the Oni, even among the outsiders of the Oni, I'm still an outsider. It wouldn't faze me even if all the Oni in the world fell for him. I'd still be a member of the anti-shitty Dad faction. Spiker, Boar, Rigel, Arg, damn. Screw this. Come on, we're going Spiker. I figure if we take a short walk around the neighborhood, even those two will eventually finish their flirting. And I'm saying this now, but it's not like I'm doing this to give them some time for themselves. I told you that's not it. Spiker, Ada, Rigel, damn it, Rigel, the weather sure is nice today.
Extra Chapter 3, Fortune Roll Rhapsody.
When Rigel sees what awaits him in the living room, he suddenly wants nothing more than to turn and run. Deep in his soul, there burns an intense desire to abandon everything and run home. Unfortunately, this is his home. There is simply no running from his cruel destiny. Subaru, Fuga Fuga, Rigel, Subaru, Fuga Fuga Fuga, Fuga Fuga, Rigel, shut it with your Fuga Fugas. What crazy cult ritual is it this time? Do you ever think how your son feels? When he comes home, and his dad is running around Fuga Fuga-ing with a pole of all things stuffed in his mouth, as Subaru stands and ambles toward Rigel, mouth still stuffed, Rigel rants, spit flying everywhere. As the target of his son's rebellious tantrum, Subaru slinks his shoulders. Subaru, Fuga Fuga, Rigel, would you quit it with the Fuga Fugas already? Subaru, Fuga Fu. Geez, what a brat. You know, if you're always this uptight, you'll eventually regret it. Kids need to play while they're young. Once you're an adult, you'll worry about people's opinions and start restraining yourself. Rigel, when you say that, it sounds completely unconvincing. How old are you? How much longer are you gonna keep playing? When will you gain this so-called ability to worry about people's opinions? Despite approaching his 30s, Natsuki Subaru doesn't show any sign of slowing down. He even plays with kids Rigel's age, causing the comparatively mature Rigel intense embarrassment. This boy wishes more than anything for his father to act his age. Then again, if he actually did, Rigel would worry that his father was gravely ill. Rigel, so, what sort of weird festival did you come up with this time? Subaru, hold on, my son. Are you actually an Esper? So, you've somehow gained the ability to read my mind. If not, then how could you ever see my actions as part of a festival? Rigel, it's more like I'm praying it's for a festival. My sanity couldn't take it if you casually welcomed me home with a thick pole shoved in your mouth for no reason. Just tell me what's all this about. Rife with complaints, Rigel picks up the mysterious object Subaru was carrying in his mouth. He finds it surprisingly soft and flexible. Rigel quickly uncovers its identity. Rigel, a sushi roll? Subaru, yup, a sushi roll. You look like you want one. I got it, if you want it so badly, go ahead and chow down. Luckily, that's just one of the prototypes. I've already set aside the rolls for the main event, so you can have that one as a snack. Rigel, even if I was hungry, I'm not gonna eat something that spent any time in my dad's mouth. Maybe if it was Mom or Spiker. Subaru, hey, isn't 8 years old a bit early to hate on your old man this hard? At your age, even I respected my dad. Wait, did I? Did I? Rigel, how would I even know? Anyway, what's this festival already? And what main event? Hounded by an impatient Rigel, Subaru shrugs his shoulders and laughs. He points out a plate on the living room table with homemade sushi rolls stacked neatly on top. Subaru, isn't it obvious? After the bin tossing festival, see, it's the Ihomaki challenge. Rigel, Ihomaki, is it? What kind of festival would that be? Rem, after coming home from shopping, listens to Subaru's explanation. She tilts her head curiously as she cradles a drowsy Spiker in her arms. As Rem speaks, Spiker's small hands lightly grasp at the fair maiden's long blue hair. With all members accounted for, the Natsuki household sits in the living room, surrounding the plate of rolls. Subaru, remember the bin tossing festival? By tossing beans, we took in happiness while getting rid of misfortune. Rem, of course. Rem thought Subaru-kun was trying to throw her away. Rem's maiden heart was deeply, strongly afflicted. This incredible sadness, it will not heal easily. Please take Rem on a date. With upturned eyes, Rem pretends to sulk as Subaru smiles wryly. His cute wife's request. As her husband, accepting is both his natural-born duty and his happiest privilege. Subaru, it'll be my pleasure. Let's see, I'm free tomorrow, so let's do it then. Speaking of which, they just finished remodeling the spirit shrine at the edge of town. It's really something now. Rem, yes. And after Subaru-kun started embossing couples' vows onto its walls, visitors started flocking to the shrine from all over. With her husband's work going so well, Rem can hold her head high. Subaru, we're married already, but how about we go add our vows too? It'll be just the two of us. Ah, don't worry, Spike'll be fine. She's got her Siscon-afflicted brother to watch over her. Rem, Subaru-kun. Rem is so happy. Rem will look forward to tomorrow's date. Rigel, can we get back to the main topic already? As his parents plan out their date, an impatient Rigel finally explodes. But despite his sudden outburst, Subaru and Rem, used to his tantrums, hardly react at all. Even Spiker seems unfazed, her sleepy face unchanging. Rigel's yells echo pointlessly throughout the house. Subaru, hey Rigel, don't shout so suddenly like that. You know, if you're too hot-blooded while you're young, once you're older, the veins in your head might explode from stress. Rigel, shut up. They'll explode even if I hold it in. So I might as well shout. Rem, Rigel, what sort of language are you using against your father? Your mother hopes you don't speak like this outside as well. If Rigel always acts so angry, everyone from friends to strangers will avoid you. You need to become a more wonderful person like your father. Oh, but Rigel could never possibly hope to win against Subaru-kun. Try not to be too depressed about it. Rigel, your comforting is depressing me. What did I ever do to you? Bullied by his own parents, Rigel throws himself at the floor and collapses into a heap. Subaru and Rem giggle as Rigel falls into complete sulking mode. As Rem readjusts a sleeping Spiker in her arms, Subaru clears his throat to resume. Subaru, well anyway, with it being Rigel's dying wish and all, let's get back to the Ihomaki. For the bin-tossing festival, we invited happiness and chased out misfortune. This Ihomaki challenge and the bin-tossing festival are both part of a holiday called Setsubun. The Ihomaki challenge is a more minor event though. Rem, a different event from the same holiday? Subaru, exactly. Back home, the East and West did things totally differently, you see. The bin-tossing festival and the Ihomaki challenge were part of those differences. The East celebrated the bin-tossing festival while the West did the Ihomaki challenge. But there's no such thing as too much of a good thing, so I thought we'd try both. Rem, yes, as expected of Subaru-kun. The way Subaru-kun unhesitantly takes the best of everything is wonderful as well. Rem praises Subaru, clapping softly to avoid waking Spiker. Then, putting a finger to her cheek as she tilts her head to the side. Rem, so if we needed beans for the bin-tossing festival, the Ihomaki challenge uses these sushi rolls? Subaru, well, we actually could have used a few more things for the bin-tossing festival. I already got that shop to stock more beans for next year. But I also want to make some more elaborate preparations like getting an oni mask and oni pants for me to wear. When it came to enjoying festivals to their fullest, Natsuki Subaru's energy and dynamism knew no limits. A spellbound Rem gazes fondly as her husband exhibits his needlessly hot passion. After briefly letting his thoughts run wild, he shakes his head. Subaru, no. We're talking about ihomaki right now. Just as Rem says, instead of beans, we have these sushi rolls. Where I call from, this kind of sushi roll is called an ihomaki. Rem, just from looking, what do you notice? Rem, well. It's very long and thick and black. Subaru, one more time please. Rem, dash. It seems to be very long and thick and black. Subaru, my cute, honest wife can sometimes be unknowingly erotic. Deeply moved, Subaru struggles to keep a straight face as Rem returns an innocent, puzzled look. Seeing as this wasn't particularly wholesome education, Subaru puts on a serious face and gets back to the sushi rolls. Subaru, these thick sushi rolls are called taimaki. Unfortunately, Kararagai doesn't have any customs about ihomaki, so I made them myself. They're actually pretty easy. Rem, this faintly sour scent, this is vinegary, yes. Subaru, vinegared rice. It's definitely the ideal rice for sushi. Next time, we should try it with some raw fish. Putting that aside for now, the recipe's really simple. You just take dried seaweed and vinegared rice and wrap 7 different fillings inside. That's it. Rem, is there any special meaning attached to having 7 fillings? Peering at the ihomaki's rainbow-colored fillings, Rem asks a natural question. Subaru, glad you noticed, as expected of my wife. Yeah, that's an important point. Ihomaki are meant to be a festive food. Back home, we held festivals every year to celebrate the 7 deities of fortune, you see. Rem, my, such festive deities. Subaru, yeah, they're a real festive bunch. The 7 different fillings represent the 7 deities, and when we wrap them into ihomaki, it's like we're capturing their luck. A food filled to the brim with good luck. That's ihomaki. As Subaru explains this last point, his foot dramatically planted on the table, Rem once again claps modestly. Finished listening, Rigel raises his face. With delinquent's eyes that rival Subaru's in sharpness, Rigel glares at his festive parents. Rigel, so after all that fanfare, we're just gonna eat sushi rolls? I don't see what the big deal is. Subaru, foolishly foolish fool. Rigel, yow. How's a finger flick so strong? After chastising his cheeky son with a whip-like finger flick to the forehead, Subaru grabs the agony-stricken Rigel and forcibly gives him a shoulder ride. Rigel, why are you suddenly carrying me? Subaru, just felt like it, really. Anyway, I'll admit that compared to the bin-tossing festival, the ihomaki challenge seems a bit plain. But actually, I neglected to mention a few more points. Forgive me, my son. Rigel, don't bow while I'm on your shoulders. Cut it out. I'm falling. With the flailing Rigel's very life at his mercy, Subaru makes purposefully dizzying laps around the dining table. As father and son engage in such light-hearted roughhousing, Rem looks on with an affectionate, motherly gaze. Rem, so then, what else is left to explain? Subaru-kun. Subaru, well, first of all, what do you think the eiho in ihomaki means? I haven't explained that yet, after all. The way it's written, eiho means the compass of fortune. Every year, we have a lucky direction, like north or south. So, they're called ihomaki because we face that direction while we eat them. Rem sees now. Compass of fortune, what a fun idea. Subaru, also, you can't speak while you eat an ihomaki. It's just a saying though, so don't split hairs over it. They also say you should eat it with a smile, but actually, that sounds like a good one. They do say, fortune comes to those who smile. Besides, you naturally smile while eating something good. As Subaru grins widely at his own explanation, Rem cheerfully adds, Rem, when Subaru-kun eats the food Rem makes, Subaru-kun always has such a big smile. Subaru, delicious food and a cute wife. Spending time at home with my beloved family, how could I not smile? It's like I'm hogging the entire world's happiness for myself. Rem, with Rem, it would be 2 people hogging. Actually, The whole family is hogging the world's happiness. Subaru, Rem, Subaru-kun, Rigel, don't flirt around with people riding on your head. Mom 2. Restrain yourself a little while holding Spiker. As Subaru and Rem flirt, totally oblivious of their children, Rigel's impatience boils over and explodes. In the Natsuki household, conversations tend to sidetrack and go nowhere fast. Almost like another festival, it's a regular event that simply can't be helped. After Subaru finally puts Rigel down, Rem hands Spiker over to her son. An astonished Rigel watches as his parents lovingly take a seat beside each other. Tightly holding Subaru's hand, Rem lets her small body rest against his shoulder. Rem, by the way, if the ihomaki. If it's the compass of fortune, which direction should it point in this year? Does Subaru-kun know? Subaru, nah, I honestly have no clue. Even now, I wonder how they figured it out every year. It might have had something to do with feng shui, but that's way beyond what I know. Leveraging his knowledge from before being summoned, Subaru makes a living as a successful producer of sorts. Though he can take a smattering of knowledge and somehow stretch it thin, he can't do anything when completely clueless. While Subaru prepared the ihomaki successfully, the all-important lucky direction eludes him. Tilting his head in puzzlement, his eyes wander toward Rigel and Spiker. Suddenly, an idea forms in Subaru's head, and he claps his hands together. Subaru, I got it. This year's lucky direction, we'll let Spiker decide it. Rigel, huh? Let Spiker decide? Think a little before you speak. Spiker's still small and cute, and you already want to corrupt her. God, it's just too pitiful. Hey you, are you going to take responsibility for Spiker's tarnished future, huh? Subaru, man, whenever the conversation turns to Spiker, you act like the world's most obnoxious delinquent. With Rigel violently opposing his father's idea, Subaru thinks of how to pacify him. Subaru, listen. What would you say is the clearest symbol of happiness in our home? Of course, Rem's very existence is happiness itself, and your natural-born talent as a verbal punching bag is like a blessing granted to me by God, a fateful meeting of fortune and destiny. Rigel, wait, I just heard something I can't ignore. Hey, Rem. Rigel, please calm down. Just as Rem is a symbol of happiness to Subaru-kun, Subaru-kun is a symbol of happiness to Rem. Your mother doesn't have any sort of misunderstanding about that, so please don't worry. Rigel, anyone with eyes would know not to worry over that. Rigel plugs Spiker's ears as he shouts at his parents, his so-called secret technique. Born and raised in the Natsuki household, in Rigel's short lifetime of a mere 8 years, much like a one-trick pony, he developed potential in but a single talent. Yes, his natural straight man act and his prodigious victim character. Subaru, doesn't that make him a two-trick pony? Rigel, what kind of monologue are you having? Get back to the topic. Subaru, well, what I mean is, Spiker is the clearest symbol of happiness we have. That's why, whichever direction Spiker chooses will definitely be lucky. How's that? Rigel, shit, compared to Dad's usual nonsense, that's a pretty flawless, watertight argument. TCH, Subaru, whenever Spiker gets involved, you completely lose your sense of judgment, don't you? Frustrated, Rigel ruffles his short blue hair. But with his eventual approval, the specifics of the ihomaki challenge were finalized. Since Subaru prepared the sushi rolls in advance, the last task was to divine the lucky direction. Rem, having Spiker decide seems fine, but how should we go about it? Spiker probably won't understand anything we tell her. Subaru, let's see. How about we let Spiker sleep on the table, and when she wakes up, we'll go with the first direction she looks. Rem, when she wakes up. Rigel, first direction she looks. Considering Subaru's impassioned speech from before, it was a rather casual way of deciding. Rem and Rigel look at each other, then down at Spiker. They seem to be mulling over something. Rem, in other words, we decide based on who Spiker loves the most. Is what Subaru-kun means, yes? Subaru, I guess? Rem's overthinking startles Subaru, but he realizes she's not exactly wrong. The first person Spiker lays eyes on, in other words, the person this defenseless baby depends on most. Unexpectedly, the lucky direction will be decided in a battle for Spiker's love. Subaru, well, unfortunately for you too, it's obviously going to be me. I'm the breadwinner of this household, after all. Spiker must realize it's thanks to her amazing dad that she enjoys the necessities of life. Even though she's still a baby, I'm sure this clever child is already dreaming of becoming my wife someday. Rem, please wait a moment. While Rem does indeed plan to teach Spiker about Subaru-kun's greatness and splendidness, this and that are two different matters. After all, from whom does Spiker receive her milk, and in whose breasts does she so peacefully rest? This child surely knows. Rem is clearly the winner here. Rigel, you two just butt out. I'm obviously the one Spiker relies on the most. In this weird, unreasonable household, I've abandoned anything and everything to protect her. Spiker loves me most, definitely. A three-way standoff, with no one yielding Spiker's love. They stare each other down fiercely, daggers in their eyes as they compete for her. The peaceful mood from before feels like a lie. Rem, Rigel and Subaru, ooh, as sparks fly, Spiker rouses in Rigel's arms. With the baby about to wake up at any second, the trio look each other in the eyes. Subaru, Ihomaki moved. Rem, pillow set. Rigel, Spiker set. Subaru takes the Ihomaki off the table, Rem places a cushion onto it, and Rigel plops Spiker onto the cushion. From there, the three nod, splitting off in different directions. On top of the cushion, Spiker rouses from her slumber, her head shaking gently, her small hands rubbing at her eyes. So cute. Like an angel, Spiker, holding their breath, they wait to see who Spiker turns to. Eventually, her eyes pop open, and her light blue eyes dart around the room. Spiker, Rigel, oh ye Seeing Spiker extend her hand out to him, a victorious Rigel falls to his knees in dramatic cheer. The chosen Rigel yells with pure joy. Meanwhile, the forgotten Subaru and Rem fail to hide their disappointment as they snuggle up to each other. Subaru, well, when you think about it, the person who rests most peacefully in your breasts is me. I guess this match was over before it started. Rem, even if Spiker wanted to be Subaru-kun's wife, that spot is already Rem's territory, and she will never budge an inch from it. It was an expected result. Rigel, would you guys just celebrate my victory? Don't get all mushy in front of your damn kids. Rigel scolds his parents as Spiker mischievously pulls on his face. Seeing his usual attitude, his parents burst into laughter. Eventually, Subaru takes note of where Rigel stood. Subaru, looks like Rigel was in front of the entranceway. Alright, that's our lucky direction. Everyone, take your Ihomaki and let's go. Rem, yes, Subaru-kun. But which Ihomaki is Rem's? Did Subaru-kun prepare one especially for her? Subaru, this one's yours. Rem, I made it with a sakura filling that forms a heart shape when it's rolled up. I went through a lot to pull it off, and I had to eat the failures, so I'm already stuffed. Subaru's belly appears noticeably rounder than usual. Rem extends her hand toward it and rubs it lovingly. Rem, Subaru-kun looks so wonderful when he does his best for Rem. Rigel, all right, to the entranceway, damn it, the entranceway. As for mine, I'll just take whatever. Also, what are we doing about Spikers? She barely even has her baby teeth. It'll be no joke if she chokes on the seaweed or something. Did you even think about that? Rigel searches for a roll that the young Spiker could possibly eat. However, the overprotective brother fails to find anything. To Subaru as well, being unable to prepare anything for her was a major regret. Subaru, I tried a lot of things like melting the seaweed, but the tests didn't go too well. It's unfortunate, but Rigel will just have to eat twice as much to satisfy the 7 deities. Rigel, how the hell am I supposed to eat 2 of these gigantic things? You're expecting way too much from me. Subaru, oh, I see. Yeah, I get it now. I guess even with Spiker's happiness on the line, you're the kind of brother who can't even make the effort to push his stomach a tiny little bit. That's okay, I'll do my best. You just keep deceiving Spiker with your shallow, superficial love. Rigel, I get it. I'll eat them both. No, please let me eat them both. Subaru, hey, don't pop out your horn over something like this. After taunting him with Spiker, a short horn protrudes from Rigel's forehead. He quickly grabs two Ihomaki and makes for the entranceway. Subaru and Rem laugh heartily as they follow after him. Subaru, Rem, Rigel, Spiker, silence dominates the entranceway. While many rules about Ihomaki exist, the most popular, widespread rule is undeniably one may not speak while eating Ihomaki. Since Ihomaki is eaten to take in fortune, opening your mouth would be like letting that fortune escape, is probably the case, Subaru decides. To that end, the trio sit in their entranceway, gnawing at their Ihomaki while staring blankly at the front door. Determined to finish their rolls, they eat in complete silence. Knock knock. Pardon Natsuki-san, I'm coming in. While they sit in the entranceway, their front door suddenly opens, perhaps due to old Kuraragai customs, since long ago, this rural town had a culture of being shockingly laid back and neighborly. Almost no one locks their doors, and people would suddenly come inside to greet each other like it was perfectly natural. The voice from just now belongs to a middle-aged woman, one of their many neighbors. We're passin' around this week's neighborhood notice. Was hopin' you could take a look, says the woman, flyers in hand. But upon seeing the entire household sitting in their entranceway, nibbling at taimaki while silently staring at her, the woman's eyes grow wide like saucers. But, quickly nodding, she leaves the flyers on their shoe cabinet. Woman, well, looks like y'all are busy, so maybe later. Take a look and pass it on, will ya? Oh my, Spiker's such a cutie today. Smiling at a waving Spiker, the woman leaves with a brief toodaloo. They wordlessly see her off with nods and hand waves. Once gone, the four return to sitting in complete silence. Rigel, what the hell was that scene? Unable to bear it any longer, Rigel suddenly jolts up, shouting against the absurdity. Rigel, why did our neighbor accept it like it was totally natural? Do the neighbors just assume we're a bunch of nutcases? I feel like an idiot for freaking out over Dad's shenanigans. Am I the weird one here? Subaru, Fuga. Calm down, Rigel. I know how you're feeling right now. Sometimes, when something feels off, you wonder if the problem is with you or the world itself. But it's almost always the case that you left home with right shoe on left foot or something. Rigel, no. You're wrong. I'm not a nutcase. It's the world that's gone mad. As Rigel raves on, a giggling Spiker excitedly claps her hands together. To Spiker, the sight of her brother writhing in frustration is her greatest plaything. To already recognize the best way to enjoy Rigel at such a young age, this girl's future feels extraordinarily bright. Subaru, also, because you started talking, I failed the Ihomaki challenge too. Damn, I really want to succeed at least once. There's plenty of rolls left, but at this rate, Rigel, that's weird too. You said I only had to eat 2 of them, but now you and I must finish them all off ourselves. What about Mom? Subaru, you idiot, we can't let Rem force herself like that. What are you going to do if these carb-heavy bombs of rice and sugar destroy Rem's figure? Even after having 2 kids, the fact that she's as slim as ever is a bona fide miracle. Compared to her, our weights are just mere numbers. Rem, nom nom. Rem is finished. Also, if Subaru-kun says it like that, Rem will get shy. With a flushed, embarrassed-looking face, Rem declares her completion. With her serious, goal-oriented attitude, Rem's chances of clearing the Ihomaki challenge were exceedingly high. On the other hand, with their whimsical, impatient natures, Subaru and Rigel fail over and over. Finally, 1 massive roll and 1 smaller roll remain. Subaru, these Ihomaki are our very last chance. After all that squabbling and prep work, we can't let it all go to waste. Let's do our best. Rigel, I'm almost at my limit. I'll remember this, shitty dad. Subaru, good luck. Subaru gives a thumbs up as Rigel faces off against the smaller Ihomaki. Rem, having finished long ago, snuggles up to Subaru. Rem, by the way, this event doesn't seem to involve Oni. Rem has many objections to the Oni abuse in the bin tossing festival, but not involving them feels somewhat lonely. Subaru, they don't have to be completely uninvolved, do they? The 7 fillings represent the 7 deities, but you could also say they're like sealed Oni. Maybe the red filling could be the red Oni, and the blue filling could be the blue Oni. Rem, do the ihomaki even have a blue filling? Subaru, well, sometimes vegetables are called blue-green and. Is that too much of a stretch? Hearing about the blue Oni and thinking it was her, Rem wears a somewhat dissatisfied face. Then again, with nothing blue to use as filling, it simply couldn't be helped. Smiling wryly at Rem's scornful eyes, Subaru spins the last ihomaki in his hands. Subaru, but if we think of the fillings as Oni instead of deities, it'd be like exterminating the Oni by eating them. I guess even here, the Oni get antagonized. Rem, does Subaru-kun's hometown hold some sort of grudge against Oni? Subaru, well, a bunch of stories talk about rampaging Oni and such. But it's not like I feel that way. The story about the red and blue Oni is my all-time favorite. And of course, my wife is an Oni too. So it's the same deal as the bin tossing festival. Rem, the same deal? Rem asks with a curious look on her face. Yeah, the same deal. For me, eating the Oni is the same as taking in happiness. If anything, they'd become my flesh and blood, in a sort of, I won't let you go, way. Rem, will Rem be caught? Subaru, I'll catch you for sure. While Rem's face beams with happiness, Subaru's looks explicitly lewd. To their side, Rigel ignores them as he finishes his ihomaki in silence. Rigel, all right, I ate it. I ate it all, damn it. Hey, did you guys see that? Rem, deepest apologies. Rigel, don't apologize so honestly. Damn it, I already knew. I was watching while I ate. Sulking, Rigel picks up Spiker and rubs cheeks with her. Seeing her brother so heartbroken, Spiker pats his back as if comforting him. Subaru, well then, for the finale, the family head will show what he's got. Rem, yes. Rem looks forward to seeing Subaru-kun's cool side. With Rem cheering him on, Subaru challenges the final sushi roll, a true monstrosity, ihomaki grand. Subaru had slapped together all the remaining ingredients into this last roll. While it technically still had 7 different fillings, frankly speaking, it was less an ihomaki and more like a biological weapon. Subaru, gnome. Practically unhinging his jaw, Subaru bites into the ihomaki, taking the first blow in their epic battle. Having already failed numerous times, Subaru's stomach is dangerously close to its limit. It could burst apart at any moment, a truly cruel and miserable death. Even then, as a man, as a father, there comes a time when one must fight. Rem, nom, Subaru, dash. While Subaru takes on the battle of his life, Rem circles around to assist him. Smiling slightly, she noms at the opposite side of the ihomaki. In accordance with the rules, Subaru has no way to stop her. Rem had anticipated this, intent on waging war against the final ihomaki right alongside him. With his wife's support, Subaru felt the strength of 10,000 allies pushing him on. But even while borrowing Rem's power, as a man, Subaru has to show her his own strength. He pushes himself to lighten her burden by eating even just a tiny bit more. As Subaru and Rem press on, the ihomaki between them grows shorter and shorter. Before long, their faces close in, then finally their lips. Rigel, hold it. Bam! At the very last second, Rigel splits the sushi roll with a karate chop. With his horn protruding, Oni powers massively amplify the sharpness of Rigel's chop. It wields more than enough strength to cleanly cut into the ihomaki's rice and seaweed. With the sushi roll suddenly split in two, Subaru and Rem part their startled faces. Quickly finishing off their ends of the roll, they confront their son. Subaru, hey, Rigel. We were about to have a beautiful finale right there. Rem, that's right, Rigel. Subaru-kun and Rem were working on a very important collaborative effort. Does Rigel have some sort of complaint about his mother and father getting along? Rigel, hell yeah I do. You're always getting along, way more than necessary. And I'm always trying to tell you to get across my feelings. Subaru, sorry, Deflected. Rigel, don't deflect them. As if swatting away Rigel's projected thoughts, Subaru cheekily slaps at the air. On the other hand, an indignant Rem presses rather forcefully against Rigel's horn. With a pitiful yelp, he collapses in a heap. Rem, karate chopping food. Rem doesn't remember raising such a bad child. And to not only interrupt, but to interrupt at the last second. Rem hardly thinks this is sufficient punishment. Subaru, I wonder if all the demi-humans have weak points like this. Spiker, if your horn grows in, you can't let anyone but your precious person handle it, all right. Retrieving Spiker from a collapsed Rigel, Subaru lectures her in his arms. Spiker blinks at his words and rubs her forehead. As if to say that even if they did grow, her family would still love her. Subaru, as expected of Spiker, our family's greatest treasure. With a single move, she puts us all in bliss. Oddly enough, her simplest actions feel even more effective than the ihomaki. Subaru kisses Spiker's forehead, then hands her off to Rem. He then slings the agony-stricken Rigel over his shoulder and proceeds to spank him. Subaru, so, after we clean the kitchen, how about we go back to talking about our date? Rem agrees. Also, while there's still quite some time left, what would Subaru-kun like for dinner? Subaru, I've had my fill. I'm totally stuffed. With a strained laugh, Subaru heads to the living room. Rem walks alongside him with a heartfelt smile. On this day as well, they enjoy a rather uniquely shaped happiness. Today is Setsubun, a slightly special day that comes every year, once a year.
Extra Chapter 4, Natsuki Rigel.
Subaru, Rem's birthday and Setsubun are here once more. By our powers combined, let's make these days amazing. On February 2nd, self-decided, the first signs of a storm brew in the Natsuki household. And as usual, the one brewing it is the head of the household, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, we'll do it as a family. You'll help me, won't you, Rigel? Subaru gives a thumbs up, flashing a blindingly bright smile. The young boy sighs deeply at his father's pose, an unchildlike sternness on his face. Bearing his mother's beautiful blue hair and his father's menacing eyes, the 9-year-old Natsuki Rigel laments his very existence. As he tries focusing on homework, Subaru anxiously shifts about, awaiting his reply. Rigel, Dad's lost it again. Subaru, that's way too harsh. You skipped past, that's kinda weird, and went straight to, my dad's borderline insane, territory. Plus, my request isn't too outlandish this time, is it? If anything, it's brimming with love. Rigel, that blinding love of yours is what terrifies me. After living here for almost 10 years, even I know to avoid it. With a cold stare and an even colder tone, Rigel pushes back an encroaching Subaru. In the first place, he continues, Rigel, Mom's birthday aside, all I've gotten out of that Setsubun thing is crippling trauma. Isn't it just been tossing and sushi eating? What's so great about that weirdo fest? Subaru, hey, don't call it a weirdo fest. Yeah, on the surface it's kind of a weird event, but like I said, there's kind of a meaning and purpose to it. You could say it's the Setsubun that's kept our family safe from misfortune, after all. Rigel, what about all my suffering? What about that misfortune? Subaru, that's not misfortune, that's called daily life. You know, you'll never get anywhere if you focus too much on all the bad things in life. Your stress'll add up too. Rigel, don't say it like it's my fault. I'm just a victim of my shitty dad's nonsense. Rigel slams the table and flies up. Fuming, he points outside the window with a finger. In front of their house, numerous flyers with the headline "Come Celebrate Setsubun" are pasted onto a magic street lamp. They list date and time, details, and the organizer's name. Rigel, that weirdo fest, you're the one drumming it up into some bizarre town-wide event, right? Your name's even listed as the organizer. I thought I would die of embarrassment at school today. Subaru, well, it's a natural extension of my talents as a producer. Come on, now you can proudly boast something like, my dad's the hero of my household. Rigel, maybe if the event wasn't about smashing beans into my face. Rigel rips yet another flyer off a nearby wall. He points to a section below practices. Purpose. Details, and the event date of February 3rd, self-decided. According to the flyer, the Oni will run around the neighborhood being chased all day. And acting as their representative will be Natsuki Rigel. Rigel, don't sell out your son without permission. What are you? An Oni, Subaru, you're the Oni, and so is my wife. And well, I can't let Rem do something this crazy. That's why, I'll swallow my tears and send off my dear son. Rigel, what are you? An Oni? No, you're definitely an Oni. Subaru, calm down. It's not like everyone's out for blood. Plus, you might be the representative, but there'll be other Oni. I'll be helping out too. Seeing Subaru's bold, undaunted face, Rigel gives in. In the first place, they've already fought this battle countless times since the event's announcement. Each time, Rigel was utterly defeated, and the day of the event creeped ever closer. Now, there was simply no running or turning back. While his role was forced onto him, Rigel felt obligated to fulfill it. Such is the level-headed Natsuki Rigel's harsh way of life. Subaru, an event's an event. Just take it like a man. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. Rigel, Mom's birthday, right? Subaru, exactly. As Subaru snaps his fingers, Rigel turns away. By some twist of fate, the hectic Setsubun and the birthday of his mother, Natsuki Rem, are only a day apart, grandly celebrating with his mother on the first day, then tasting a glimpse of hell on the next. This was their annual schedule. Rigel, we can't properly celebrate Mom's birthday like this. Subaru, I won't deny that it's a jam-packed schedule, but enjoying 2 great days in a row is a blessing. Come on, be more optimistic. Positive thinking. Rigel, we can't properly celebrate Mom's birthday like this. Subaru, huh? Deja vu? Deja vu my ass. Unmoved by his father's speech, Rigel's answer remains the same, right down to the syllable. Subaru, I know you're pretty tense about the Setsubun. But that's no reason to make light of Rem's birthday. It only comes once a year, you know. Won't Rem be sad? So let's switch gears here. I know you can do it, Rigel. Rigel takes some time to accept, but arguing won't get him any more, and dispiriting Subaru is borderline impossible. Rigel's only choice is to obediently concede. Rigel, so, you wanna talk about Mom's birthday present, right? Subaru, right. You see, this year's a pretty big milestone. It'll be 10 years since we got married, after all. We actually don't have a specific day for the anniversary, so I wanted to celebrate it along with her birthday. That's why I decided to do something special this year. Rigel, well, that sounds all right to me. Honestly, Mom'll probably be happy no matter what Dad does. But for once, I'm pretty on board with this. Subaru, right? So, here's the meat of it. With the smile of a scheming child, Subaru beckons his son over. Rigel frowns, an ominous feeling hanging over him. But while he hesitates, Subaru waves for him over and over. In the end, a reluctant Rigel sighs as he lends an ear. Subaru, for our 10th anniversary, I've actually prepared something really special. I already ordered it too, so no worries there. Rigel, well, okay. Subaru, I've been steadily building up my secret stash, all for this day. And the result is something to behold. Listen and be amazed, it's a gemstone. Rigel, whoa, a gemstone. Be amazed, his father said. But with Subaru's gift actually turning out respectably amazing, Rigel was doubly amazed. As a rule, no matter what he does, Subaru always overcomplicates things and makes a great, chaotic mess. But for once, that doesn't seem to be the case. Rigel, a gemstone, huh? Looking back, Rigel's mother, Natsuki Rem, doesn't dress herself up very much. This wasn't a matter of household finance, but rather, a matter of character. Rigel has always been secretly proud of his exceedingly beautiful mother. But her reluctance to wear jewelry and fancy clothes was a source of his discontent. They weren't necessarily poor either. She just doesn't particularly care to adorn herself. And yet, without any regard for dignity nor honor, Rem is shamelessly attached to Subaru. To Rigel's dismay, if it's a present from Subaru, Rem will always accept it. Thus, Rigel immediately approves of a gemstone as his father's gift to his mother. Rigel, that's really great. Hell, you really can do it if you try. Subaru, yeah, that's right. I'm the type that just needs to try and. Huh? What the heck? Doesn't it sound like you're the parent here? Rigel, forget about it. What's important is Mom's gift, right? Subaru, oh, yeah, right. Yeah, of course. What's important is Rem's gift. Well, I knew I had the right idea, but I'm confident now that you've approved. With a spirited fist bump, Subaru and Rigel nod to each other. Rigel then wonders about his mother's gift, especially with his father's questionable tastes. Rigel, so, what's the gemstone like? Knowing Dad, I'm worried you found some weirdo craftsman to make it. Subaru, oh my god. My stock rose and fell within seconds, but about that. Now we're getting to the important part. Listen carefully, my son. Rigel, ugh. Rigel groans at his father's gravely serious face. When Subaru has this serious look, and the playfulness in his voice vanishes, one must be extremely careful. He'll definitely spit out something troublesome. This was the trust cultivated between Rigel and his father for the past 10 years. And once again, this trust will not be betrayed. As a fearful Rigel wrinkles his face into a scowl, Subaru whispers, Subaru, the merchant carrying Rem's gemstone, his dragon carriage ran into some trouble and hasn't arrived. There's talk that he might even head back, so I'm going out to get it myself. Rigel, are you gonna make it by the end of the day? Subaru, well, I'll be chasing after them full throttle, of course. But, honestly, I'm not sure. Fingers twiddling, gaze dropping, voice lowering. Seeing his father like this, Rigel slaps his forehead. Rigel, if you're that worried, why not forget the gemstone for now? Birthday present aside, if Dad's not here, Mom'll be way sadder. Subaru, I know. I know that, but I have to give her this present today. It'd be meaningless otherwise, I think. Rigel, that's just selfish, he wanted to say, but Rigel's words stopped short. Subaru scratches his head, a pitiful, bittersweet smile on his face. But beneath, a maelstrom of hard, indescribable feelings swirls about. Just from looking, Rigel feels its pull sweeping him away. From the depths of Subaru's soul, tucked away with the greatest of care, Rigel could feel the faint traces of an important something. It was the irreplaceable bond his parents shared. Rigel, cutting in would be wrong, Rigel decides. With a sigh, he too scratches his head. Rigel, so, after revealing all this, what do you want from me? Subaru, will you hear me out? Rigel, you're practically forcing me to. Spit it out or I'll look like some scumbag who can't read the atmosphere. Subaru, I'm saved. With Rigel's reluctant acceptance, an ecstatic Subaru grabs him by the hands, swinging up and down, to and fro. Rigel scowls, but Subaru just keeps smiling back. Subaru, I'm going out to retrieve the gemstone. I'll definitely be back in time, but you need to give Rem some excuse while I'm gone. Even if you screw up, don't talk about the present. It'll ruin the surprise. Rigel, if Dad's not around for Mom's birthday, I think that'll be more than enough surprise. Subaru, even then. Anyways, I'm heading out now. The rest's up to you. After forcing his trust onto Rigel, Subaru grabs his luggage and rockets out the front door. Like the wind, he furiously tumbles down the street, making for the town gate. From there, he'll likely mount an earth dragon and chase after the jeweler. Rigel, is he gonna make it back in time? Just barely, according to Subaru. But Rigel figures he's more likely to fail than succeed. In his absence, it's up to Rigel to defend the Natsuki household from devastation. But with Rem's endless devotion to her husband, Rigel can already see his mother shaking and trembling. Rigel, is this gonna be a bloodbath? Trembling with fear, Rigel anxiously waits for his mother's return, all the while praying for his father to come home even a second sooner. Fortunately, Rem's reaction wasn't nearly the catastrophe Rigel imagined. Compared to the worst-case scenario, she was utterly composed. Rigel, so you see, there was some trouble at work, or something. They needed Dad over because, they really depend on him and… Wait, do they? They do, right? Well, assuming they do, he apparently went off to sorta help them, I think. Rem, why does Rigel sound so uncertain? Really, at almost 10 years old, you should at least house sit and relay messages properly. Honestly, returning from shopping and the local neighborhood meeting, Rem is welcomed home by her son. With no time to prepare, Rigel clumsily explains Subaru's absence. Luckily, Rem doesn't particularly doubt him, nor does she pout, but on the other hand, she clearly disapproves of his shoddy explanation. Despite appearances, Rem is actually quite the despotic mother. It's a well-kept family secret that Subaru is in fact the more lenient of the two, Rem, so Subaru kinda had to go out. That's too bad. For lunch today, Rem planned to make all of Subaru-kun's favorite foods. Bearing her shopping bag, a slightly lonely Rem droops her eyebrows. Suddenly, a sense of duty burns and rages within Rigel. No matter what, he can't let his mother be sad. As a man, Rigel puts his all into everything, even roles forced onto him. You could say his very nature was a tragedy. Rigel, Dad's favorites, huh? That's a shame. Wait, didn't you say the same thing yesterday? I feel like we had all his favorites yesterday too, Rem, yes. And tomorrow and the day after, and the day before yesterday and even the day before that, it's all Subaru-kun's favorite foods. Rigel, home cooking aside, that's some extreme favoritism. Day in, day out, Rem dedicates every single meal to Subaru's tastes. Realizing this, Rigel can't help but cry out. No, no, Rem replies, shaking her head. Rem, please don't worry. Subaru-kun's favorites are also Rigel's and Spiker's favorites. After all, has Rem ever made anything that you two didn't like? Rigel, well. Now that I think about it, I guess not. But is it even possible for a whole family to like the same things? I mean, doesn't everyone have different tastes? Rem, that's because when Rigel was just a baby, Rem endlessly whispered Subaru-kun's favorites to him as he slept, brainwashing him into liking them too. Rigel, please tell me you're joking? Rem, yes, that was just a joke. Rigel should take better care not to fall for things like this. Rigel's eyes are wide as saucers from this devastating truth. Seeing him, a giggly Rem playfully sticks out her tongue. Then, smoothing down her long, blue hair, Rem calls them Subaru-kun's favorites, but the truth is that Subaru-kun always says, delicious, to Rem's cooking. So Rigel doesn't need to worry. Rigel, well alright. But doesn't that make your efforts kinda pointless? Rem, not at all. Subaru-kun always says, delicious, but when he really loves something, his tone changes, and his cheeks move a bit differently. They're cuter than usual. Foo-foo, Rigel can't decide whether his mother's detailed observations make her charming, or a little scary. He lets out a vague, strained laugh as Rem smiles blissfully. She then hands Spiker over and carries the groceries to the kitchen. Rigel, seriously, your big bro's drowning in anxiety over here, but you're as carefree as ever, huh? Spiker, Rigel, don't, me, you. Oh, you're too cute, Spiker. With the goofy affection of an older brother, Rigel rubs cheeks with Spiker. While naive to the world, Spiker still loves his doting and affection. She smiles and giggles as if being tickled. After savoring Spiker's smile to his heart's content, Rigel takes her with him to the kitchen. Before them, Rem is putting away the day's groceries. Rem, so then, Rigel. When did your father say he'll be home? Rigel, well, I think he said he might take a while. But he said he'll try his best to hurry back. Since, he's got a reason to hurry today. Rigel immediately regrets saying too much. Subaru's trip and Rem's birthday are topics he desperately had to avoid. And yet, with every clumsy step, a dumbfounded Rigel digs his grave ever deeper. Woefully unaware of his, can't tell a lie to save his life, personality, Rigel quickly covers his mouth. Mimicking him, Spiker puts her small hands up to her own mouth. So cute. But this isn't the time to dote. Rem, is that so? He might take a while. Rigel, Rem, how troubling. Though Rem understands why he would hurry, without turning around, Rem continues stocking the shelves. But Rigel looks on in worry. Her voice is the same as always, but she might actually be on the verge of tears, ready to fall to her feet from the shock. In Rigel's mind, Rem is a strong woman, but she has some very fatal weak points. And those weak points invariably have to do with Natsuki Subaru. In the first place, from her words, she's probably already realized that Subaru's preparing for her birthday. Unlike Subaru, Rem is unusually perceptive and actually capable of reading the atmosphere. Rigel wonders if there's really any point to all this deception. Rigel, Mom, listen. The more he thinks it over, the more it wears on his nerves. Honest to a fault, Rigel's resolve grows weaker and weaker. Rigel, it's about Dad, but, well, don't think too badly of him. Rem, Isn't that obvious? Rem would never think badly of Subaru-kun for going out to work. He's working hard for his family, after all. Rigel, but well, the situation's a bit different this time, you know. Rem, as expected. Rigel was also worried about that. Turning around, Rem finds her son with an uneasy expression on his face. She smiles back fondly, as if understanding everything from that one look. Feeling he's been completely seen through, Rigel silently apologizes to Subaru, but to think that, in a mere 30 minutes, he would already taste defeat. Shamefully coming to grips with his loss, Rigel realizes he no longer needs to lie. The guilt of keeping secrets from family dissipates, the thought of coming clean lightens his heart. In the end, you just have to be honest. There isn't a shred of doubt. Rem, please don't worry. Rem is a little uneasy as well. But if it's Subaru-kun, there's nothing to worry about. Rigel, I don't know if I believe in him that strongly, but... yeah, I guess that's good. Rem, yes. Rem doesn't exactly understand his intentions, but she did her best to prepare to Subaru-kun's instructions. If anything, Subaru-kun entrusting Rem with this task is a sign of his faith in her. Rem feels inspired to do her best. Rigel, Tightening her hands, Rem makes a guts pose. Rigel secretly likes this childish habit of hers, but right now, it stirs a sense of anxiety in him. Their conversation, it seems to flow, and yet it doesn't. Hold on a second. Rigel asks, his head cocked in puzzlement. Rigel, what are you talking about? Rem, Well, of course, preparations for tomorrow's Setsubun event. Rigel will be representing the runaway Oni, after all. An appropriate outfit. Subaru-kun asked Rem to prepare one for Rigel. Rem was hoping Subaru-kun could review the final result. Rigel, damn it. I knew it. With both sides of their conversation finally meshing, Rigel's guilt gushes back in full force. Realizing that nothing he's said has made it across, he can't help but wail in frustration. Spiker, still held carefully in his arms, looks to her brother's wrinkled, anguished face. "Oyu," she chirps, mimicking him as she laughs so happily. A few minutes later, standing before a mirror is Natsuki Rigel, newly reborn. Rem, as expected, Subaru-kun's judgment was flawless. Rem is so moved. Spiker, Appa. Rem nods, deeply satisfied with her work. In her arms, Spiker gazes at her brother with a pair of sparkling eyes. The being standing before them is a perfect reproduction. Rigel, pants made from a yellow fabric, spotted with black lightning bolts coming down in vertical stripes. For his upper body, a vest sewn from the same yellow fabric. On his feet, a Kuraragai specialty, wooden clogs. In his hands, he grips a metallic-looking club made from papier-mâché. In his mouth, a pair of fake fangs borrowed from the costume store. And with his hair ruffled a bit more wildly than usual, Rigel was the spitting image of an Oni. With her son perfectly embodying the classic Oni style, a delighted Rem looks on admiringly. Meanwhile, Spiker's eyes brim with heartfelt wonder at her brother's magnificent form. With these two watching over him, the newly reborn Rigel studies himself in the mirror. Rigel, God, this is awful. Rem, what is Rigel saying? Doesn't this costume match perfectly with Subaru-kun's sketch? For her fine work, Rem is ready to sing her own praises. Rigel, this is an Oni? I look more like a barbarian. Mom, as one of the last surviving Oni, Doesn't this costume piss you off? Rem, no matter how the world perceives Oni, it won't control Rem and Rigel's lives. It will be okay. With that said, such a breathtaking costume. Especially those eyes, so wonderfully Oni-like. Rigel, that's the only part that's real. His parents may have given him this body, but having it praised by those very parents only annoys Rigel. His unexpected reaction vexes Rem, but in all honesty, the one most vexed is Rigel. Delighted by his agitation, a cherry-cheeked Spiker rolls and tumbles with laughter, her voice resounding like bells throughout the house. An Oni vest and Oni pants. An Oni's club and an Oni's eyes. Truly a work of perfection. Rem, no, not yet. As the finishing touch, please grow out your horn. With this, the costume will be complete. Rigel, that's not your business. Rem, not true at all. Rigel is Rem's child. And when it comes to Rigel, Rem's thinking is always serious and sincere. At Rigel's doubtful eyes, Rem speaks back with an utmost seriousness. Overpowered, a reluctant Rigel concentrates his senses to his forehead. As a successor to the Oni bloodline, Rigel possesses the horn of the Oni clan. However, rather than the usual pair, only a single horn grows from his forehead. According to Rem, this was probably due to Rigel's half-Oni blood. Frankly, it didn't bother him very much. However, for only being able to give Rigel a single horn, Rem is sorry. His mother's apology from so long ago. In Rigel's mind, it remains vividly clear. Her apologetic face, that regretful voice, he could never forget them, but Rigel doesn't care how many horns he has. Whether there's one or two, a horn's a horn. When he grows it out, his body feels light and easy to move. Rigel considers it a true blessing. Yes, thank you very much. When he answered this way, his mother made a lonely, bittersweet smile. From time to time, Rigel helplessly thinks back to that moment. But since then, he could never find the courage to bring back the topic. They never spoke of his horn again. Supposedly, his mother also has just one horn. Rigel wonders if she ever suffered because of it. Rigel, putting those thoughts aside, Rigel concentrates on rousing his Oni blood. From his forehead, the white, pointed tip of a horn begins to emerge. A sharp sensation courses through his forehead like lightning. As it flows to the rest of his body, Rigel feels his limbs brimming with strength. At the same time, a powerful urge throbs deeply within his chest. According to his mother, this was the Oni's natural battle instinct. The instincts roar louder and louder, assaulting his mind. As he basks in this strange but empowering sensation, Rigel holds back the equally powerful battle instincts. In the mirror, his appearance has undergone a clear transformation. Confirming the growth of his horn, Rigel turns back towards Rem and Spiker. Rigel, how is it? Rem, PFFT. It's very splendid. Splendid, indeed, Rigel. PFFT. Rigel, could you give me back my concern? Turning around, Rigel finds his mother desperately stifling her laughter. After witnessing his perfection of the classic Oni style, Rem's cheeks are puffed red. She falls to her knees in a giggling fit. Just moments ago, Rigel was wrought with worry and concern. But with the growth of his own horn turning him into a laughingstock, he realizes it was time and energy wasted. As Rigel droops his shoulders in exhaustion, Rem somehow manages to get back up. Pulling herself together, she wipes away a stray tear. In any case, Rem thinks it's wonderful. Subaru-kun will surely be satisfied, and all the participants will love it too. PFFFT, Rigel, fine, I'll make you all regret choosing me to represent the Oni. For the first time in my life, I'll unleash these savage fight instincts sleeping within me. Rem, of course, Rigel is forbidden from causing harm to anyone. If he resorts to violence, Rem will take responsibility and personally subjugate him. Is that clear? Rigel, for the first time in my life, I'll unleash these savage flight instincts sleeping within me. Adjusting the wording ever so slightly, Rigel corrects his declaration. Seeing a satisfied Rem nod back, he sighs. Rigel, looking in the mirror, I can see why you'd like it, but is this really okay? Won't this just make the Oni look bad? Rem, as a race, the Oni have almost all perished. Even if someone insults us at this point, there's little use in worrying over it. Incidentally, the setting for this event has Rigel as the chieftain of a ferocious, bloodthirsty Oni tribe. If the townsfolk fail to repel them, the tribe will instigate an atrocious mass killing, painting the town ruins into a true scene from hell. Is the planned development, Rigel, they really are barbarians? Do they even need to be Oni? Rem, Oni are excellent for playing the villain role. Is what Subaru-kun said. While indifferent to the Oni's dignity, Rem seems reluctant to continue their talk. The near eradication of the Oni clan is common knowledge. And yet, Rigel has never heard Rem talk about it in any real detail. Thinking back, he's never heard much about his parents' romance and past either. Rigel, well, hearing about it will just wear me out anyway. Sometimes, from his parents from Subaru and Rem, he has this strange feeling, as if something's off or out of place, whether it's helping with his homework, or celebrating weird festivals, scraps of knowledge from some unknown place would pop up from time to time. There were all sorts of mysterious odds and ends. Every time he catches a glimpse at his parents' past, Rigel feels oddly vexed. At any rate, between his parents, there were traces of an education that they couldn't quite conceal. Rigel guesses that these two received a respectable education from somewhere. As their son, the thought fills him with pride. And yet, seeing his parents hide their secret at all costs, this pride is tangled with resentment. Rigel wonders if, someday, he'll be able to hear their story. Rigel, but well, I doubt they'll tell me any time soon. Coming to this conclusion, Rigel sets aside his suspicions for now. Oblivious to her son's inner turmoil, Rem clasps her hands with an enthusiastic now. Rem, let's put away the costume and prepare for tomorrow. It's too bad that Subaru-kun couldn't personally check on it, but Rem will leave that for tomorrow as something to look forward to. Rigel, am I really running around in this tomorrow? Rem, other Oni besides Rigel will be wearing the same outfit, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Though the only real Oni will be Rigel, of course. As he pulls his arms out from the vest and changes his pants, Rigel grows anxious over tomorrow's event. Wanting to encourage him, Rem gently brushes her beloved son's shoulder. Rem, it will be okay. Rigel is Rem's and Subaru-kun's proud son, after all. Rigel, well, being mom's son is fine, but having to be dad's son is. Rem, if anything, that part should be a source of relief. On the other hand, Rem's blood flowing in Rigel's veins, Rem worries and worries that it'll cause him nothing but trouble. Rigel, aren't you undervaluing yourself here? It's a bad habit of hers. Rem loves Subaru and sees him in almost too good of a light. And yet, while not quite self-deprecating, she's undeniably too hard on herself. Rigel, I don't know how convincing it is coming from me, but I don't think mom's blood ever caused me any problems. Like I said, it's dad's blood that's got me worried. These scary eyes aside, I feel like I'm inheriting his evilness. Rem, those eyes are wonderful. Rigel, but sometimes girls cry just from looking at me. Rem, they're just too young to understand a boy's charm. That stubborn, unyielding faith in others, why does it weaken so much when it comes to herself? Actually, Rigel suspects that Subaru has the very same flaw. But he rarely sees weakness in his father, so he can't quite compare. Putting those thoughts aside for now, Rigel, as your son, I honestly have no idea why you're so unconfident. I guess, I'll just have to prove it to you. Rem, huh? Rigel, tomorrow's event, if I pull it off perfectly, completely, and without a single incident. Then as both mom and dad's son, I'll make you see that there's nothing to worry about. Rem, Rigel, it's been bothering me for a while now. So, I've always wanted to prove it to you. Staring back at his wide-eyed mother, Rigel makes his bold declaration. As the loving wife of Natsuki Subaru, and the doting mother of Natsuki Rigel and Natsuki Spiker, Natsuki Rem is a woman who lacks self-confidence. Yet in Rigel's mind, no other woman is so deserving of respect. Rigel, you're always worried that you can't match up with dad, but I'll show you that that's not even the tiniest, slightest bit true. Rem, Rigel, my mom is the greatest mom in the entire world. I just wanted you to see that. unconfident, yet living so blissfully, but at times, shrinking back in hesitation. Rigel has watched over his mother all this time, wishing that she would live more proudly. Just as she loves her husband and her son and daughter, Rigel wishes she would love herself, because Subaru and Rigel, and Spiker as well, they all love Rem. Because just as Rem loves them all, they all love Rem back. Rigel, looking down on my mom, I won't let anyone do that, not even my mom. Burning with a feverish vigor, Rigel finishes his declaration. But suddenly, he's struck with an awkward situation. What the hell am I saying? Looking like this? Having removed the Oni vest and pants, he stands there in nothing but his underwear. Like this, no matter how serious he is, he'll just be treated like a comedy show. After all this time, he finally blasted out everything he wanted to say. But there had to have been a better time to do it. Rigel, just now, that was a mistake, he wanted to say, but before he could, Rem, suddenly, Rigel's head is entangled between two outstretched arms and abruptly embraced. A tender feeling envelopes his head as a bewildered Rigel darts his eyes about in confusion. He quickly realizes, this is his mother's embrace. Hearing the intense pounding of his mother's heart so close, Rigel's face immediately turns red. He's at the age where being spoiled by his mother is unbelievably embarrassing. The days when she'd hold him like this should be long past. He instinctively wants to pull away. However, Rigel, Mom, Rem, feeling the tremble and quiver of the arms cradling him, Rigel freezes in place. He calls out to his mother, but Rem doesn't answer. That's when he realizes, Rem, you, foo, the sound of crying meets his ears, but it isn't the familiar crying of his adorable little sister. While so very similar, this crying comes from someone Rigel has never seen cry before. Quickly realizing its owner, Rigel turns a pale white. What if something he said was unimaginably hurtful? His forceful, impassioned words, if they hurt her, it'd be a mistake that Rigel could never take back. He frantically rings his brain for the right words to say. But he soon realizes that all his fretting and worrying was unnecessary. Rigel, shaking her head, a small Rem firmly embraces her even smaller son. The emotion packed into those trembling arms, it wasn't displeasure, nor was it grief. There was only loving affection. Caressed by this affection, Rigel is the first to understand. Returning his sobbing mother's hug with his own, Rigel gently strokes her back. Rigel, don't cry, Mom. If Dad sees, he'll kill me. Rem, that isn't possible. Rigel, why, Rem is this happy, yet the tears won't stop falling. To think that the mother he's known for almost 10 years is, unexpectedly, such a crybaby. Rigel sighs, still held by her mother. Spiker looks to her mother and brother embracing, tilting her head. And then Spiker, with her small, autumn-colored hand, as if mimicking her brother, starts stroking her mother's back, slowly, with a tenderness that could soothe even the biggest crybaby. As happy tears fall from their mother's eyes, the siblings continue stroking her back. In the end, Subaru, who went out to retrieve the gemstone, didn't return while Rigel and Spiker were awake. Rem, tomorrow will be very busy, so Rigel should go to sleep now. Don't stay up too late since we start early tomorrow. His mother spoke in her usual tone, as if she already forgot how hard she had cried. However, as Rem kisses his forehead to say goodnight, Rigel notices her expression has somehow changed from yesterday's. In the end, they never spoke about her birthday, but at least he kept his promise with Subaru. Rigel decides to leave the rest to his father. In the first place, he didn't have the courage left to spout any more embarrassing words. After all, he just finished blasting out a whole 10 years' worth. Rigel, staring at the magic crystal, Rigel counts down the remaining minutes on his fingers. Will Subaru return home in time for Rem's birthday? In Rigel's experience, Subaru will go to absurd lengths to prove his love and devotion to his wife. That's probably why. Even with just 10 minutes left, Rigel isn't at all worried, and in the end, Rem, I'm home. Sorry I'm late. Subaru rolls and tumbles into the house, a mere 5 minutes before the date changes. Though they technically had just 5 minutes left to celebrate, he still managed to keep his promise. Rem, Subaru-kun, welcome home. But please don't make so much noise. Rigel and Spiker are already asleep. It wouldn't be good to wake them. Subaru, sorry. I was just in such a rush. The sound of Rem welcoming, then scolding Subaru, and the sound of a flustered Subaru apologizing back. From his futon, Rigel hears footsteps make their way into the house. Since he went to bed a few hours ago, Rigel has just been tossing and turning. But with this last worry cleared from his mind, he finally feels sleepy. Considering tomorrow's event, just as his mother said, he really should sleep already. Yesterday, he dreaded the Setsubun event, despairing as it came ever closer. But now, Rigel feels like he can look forward to it, just a little. It must be because of the promise he made with his mother. Subaru, Rem, I'm really sorry for being late, but there's more I have to say. The work I was out for today, it was more like a personal errand. A really important one. Rem, a personal errand, is it? Was there something special going on? Subaru, there is. Though you probably don't think it's too special. Tilting her head, Rem seems to honestly have no clue. Neglecting herself, another bad habit of hers. Frankly, hiding the present from her might have been totally unnecessary. That's just how indifferent Rem is towards herself. Subaru, there's only 2 minutes left, but here, take this. It's your birthday present. Rem, birthday. At Subaru's stiff words, Rem's cheerful voice abruptly pauses. Finally understanding, she's met with two conflicting emotions. Unsure which to embrace, she stands in bewilderment. Rem. Rigel guesses that his mother's eyes are darting about in confusion as his father hands her something. And with Rem still vexed, it's probably Subaru who opens the small box lying in her hands. At the sound of the box opening, Rem peers inside and lets out a small gasp. Rem, this is, Subaru, a garnet. At least, I think that's what you'd call it. I've been steadily building my secret stash all for this day. But seriously, I was so worried. Even though it's only meaningful if I gave it to you today, that dragon carriage started heading back halfway. Rem, as Subaru recounts his trials, Rem stands wordlessly. Noticing her silence, a wryly smiling Subaru roughly scratches his head. Subaru, I wanted to give you something definite, something permanent. We've been together for 10 years now. And with your birthday, and Setsubun, I thought this'd be a fitting way to ask. Once again, please take care of me. Rem, is it really okay for Rem? Subaru, Rem, for Rem to be this blessed, is it really okay? Hearing her trembling voice, Rigel shifts about, his weary eyes now looking towards them. His parents are in the neighboring room, but Rigel can see them through the half-open sliding door. Subaru and Rem face each other, with Rem's eyes fixated on the red gemstone in her hands. Rem's birthday. She completely forgot about it. Because Rem always believed she had no right to celebrate it. Subaru, Rem left behind Nay Summer, who was born on the very same day. Even though she knew it was such a terrible thing, but, Subaru, yeah, tell me anything. I'll listen to you. Rem was always worried, if she's allowed to be this happy. That tearful voice, the same one Rigel heard just hours ago. Yet this time, it feels strained with a deep guilt. And from his mother's mouth, the surprise of an unfamiliar word. Nay Summer. But what truly surprises Rigel is that, far beyond what he imagined, his parents' past is heavy and painful. Subaru, I won't tell you to stop feeling guilty. I know all too well that it isn't possible. Because I feel the same. Rem, yes, Subaru, but even then, I don't want to think that anything and everything has been bad. Even though we gave up, even if we ran away, the things we obtained after running, I don't want to think badly of them too. Rem, yes, unimaginable from his usual tone, Subaru's truly serious voice shocks Rigel. And as Rem nods over and over, her voice carries something different as well. Separate from her reliability as a mother, different from the extreme love and favoritism she shows her husband. Right now, they were merely a man and a woman, sharing in their precious bond and memories. Subaru, Coming to this town and having Rigel and Spiker. After all sorts of things happened, now you and I are here. All of that is connected to our happiness. I wanted to prove that to you and give it shape. And that's this gemstone, Rem, Subaru. If it's still too painful for you to accept it, I won't ask you to immediately wear that gemstone. I won't even mind if you put it away somewhere. But please, don't throw it away. I feel like that's the one thing we shouldn't do. Appealing, Subaru takes a step towards the wordless Rem. Carefully reaching out his arms, he embraces Rem and pulls her towards him. Holding her close, Subaru tenderly strokes her head. As he does so, Rem buries her face into his breast and says with a small voice, Rem, today, Rigel told Rem. Subaru, yeah, Rem, he said that Rem is the greatest mother in the world. Subaru, yeah. You didn't know? Rem, yes, Rem did not know. Rem carefully repeats Rigel's words, but Subaru swiftly answers back, as if they were the most obvious words in the world. At his immediate reply, Rem wrinkles her face and smiles. Tears were overflowing from the corners of her eyes, running down the white cheeks. Along with those tears, came emotions lying inside her heart, born of conflicting feelings of guilt and happiness. Rem, I told you once before, Rem was relieved when Rigel was born. Subaru, Rem, I was relieved that I had a connection with Subaru-kun that would never disappear. I was relieved to think that we could become a family. How unpleasant. Subaru, you're not unpleasant, you're being normal. I won't let my wife slander my wife. Rem, Fufu. Rigel said the same thing. Subaru, what? Is he talking about Rem as his wife or something? That is some serious Oedipus complex, and a little gross. Rem, no. Rigel says Spiker is his wife. Subaru, he's such a siscon. Despite being insulted in this exchange, Rigel silently went with the flow. He smiled at himself for a while, and then, with a long breath, Rem looked up from Subaru's chest. Rem, of Rem's own accord, I thought I would love you unilaterally. Devoid of confidence as I am, I always tried my best to show that I loved you. Subaru, that's so stupid. Rem, yes, it's stupid. That's what Rigel told me. Embarrassed, Rem laughs and holds her breath. Then Rem put her hand to Subaru's chest, and gently pushed his body away, and, taking a step, created distance between them. Rem, thank you, Subaru, for your birthday present. Can you put it on? Subaru, okay? There's no need to hurry, you know. Rem, no, there is not. It's the other way around. Rem had already reached a conclusion. So I just want to be rewarded for it, and to show proof of it. Subaru, proof? Rem, that Rem is the happiest woman in the world, surrounded by the world's best husband, the world's best son, and the world's best daughter. Rem, who had been uncertain of herself, said this with a confident face and voice. Subaru snorts at the reply, and immediately breaks into a broad smile. Subaru, Rem is so excited. Subaru nodded satisfied at his wife's attitude, picking up the jewel on her palm, and the pendant in which it was embedded. And, Subaru, I love you, Rem, yes, I love Rem too. Subaru-kun, with the pendant around her neck, the red jewel gently glitters on Rem's chest. When they saw it, they laughed at each other, and then, softly, their faces approached. Rigel, oh, geez. At that point, Rigel turned around and went back to the next room. To watch the parents after this exchange would be both sickening and tactless. My father and mother are happy and in harmony today. That's fine, and that is the everyday life of the Natsuki family, which has never changed. Spiker, while lying in bed, Rigel sees Spiker's bed, which should be sleeping in the same room. According to Subaru, Spiker, when sleeping in a crib, turns away and does not cry at night, as if reading the atmosphere, and so continues to sleep without disturbing her parents' meeting. Is it still my mother's birthday right now, or has the date changed? Even so, tomorrow or today is Setsubuna Day where the Oni plays the lead role, though the format is slightly different. As far as my mother is concerned, yesterday, today and tomorrow are days when the Oni play the leading role. So, let's make her feel happy and loved. Now, Rigel, at the Setsubun event, Do I have to prove that I am the best son in the world? Rigel sighed in his futon, as he upped the stakes on himself. However, it's a different kind of sigh, compared to the ones you usually get when you're feeling down or depressed, uninspired or demoralized. I fell asleep in a good mood, thinking that I should play the best demon under tomorrow's clear sky.
Extra Chapter 5, Fortune Fish Head Tree.
It was a yearly thing. Well, he disliked how it was yearly, thinking that it was annual in his mind, but that annual day approached this year too. Rigel, I feel some serious hatred because of this day coming closer. Then, the person who let out that listless murmur along with a sigh was a boy that had tiredness and insightfulness on his face, unfitting for his age. He had short, blue hair swaying in the wind, sanpaku eyes to sharply look through the world, and traditional Kararagai Japanese clothes. It was the Natsuki Rigel, the Setsubun king, admired by the people at Kararagai city-state's second town, Banan. Rigel, too disgraceful. The Setsubun king folds his short arms, and he looked up at the sky as if in grief. The Setsubun event that started to root in the town a few years ago changed every year, swooping down on him. The continuation of that suffering made him grow, and when he realized it, it even pushed the lone boy up to the Setsubun king. As of now, Rigel was merely walking in Banan town, and even on days unrelated to Setsubun, he would occasionally have to deal with the shower of beans from kids. It seemed he didn't understand the point of it. If he overlooked it pleasantly by reasoning that it couldn't be helped because they were kids, then his father who'd seen it would laugh at him in an extremely pompous way, and he'd feel discomfort. Anyhow, the Setsubun event already became an essential part of Banan if he put his emotions aside. Rigel could say the same for him. Rigel's own father was related to why that began, but the biggest reason was because of a family matter. Setsubun was an event related to Onis. Thus it is inseparable from Rigel, his beloved younger sister and also his mother, who have Oni blood. Therefore, Setsubun was an event that involved Rigel, and it was essential to the Natsuki family. So, Rigel came to accept the bin tossing, being a target, being silent until he was done eating the Lucky Direction roll ihomaki, and running all over the whole town dressed as an Oni. However, Rigel, can Dad run out of ideas already? Subaru, hey. Rigel. Just how long are you gonna stand there lost in your thoughts? I'm really counting on your fighting power. Come over here. Help out. It was right after Rigel dropped his shoulders weakly and grumbled like that. Rigel heard a faraway voice call him, which also sounded quite cornered, and so he reluctantly turned his head. His half-naked father was waving his hands frantically around the water of the large Mogolade geyser. He was completely soaked. His usual upright black hair now clung to his forehead, and it was as if they were taking a bath together. His father threw away his ruined jacket, and while hurriedly bleaching his built upper body, he called out to Rigel and said, "Subaru, a school is coming." What Elder said was right. There won't be another chance if you let this one go. Rigel. Hurry, Rigel, fine. I got it, sheesh. It would have been better if Rigel just abandoned it regretfully, but he recklessly and violently scratched his head, and he finally ran towards his father. Rigel went towards the Grand Mogolade geyser that spouted water while having his head being bathed in the spray of water coming down from the cloudless sky. This year's Setsubun was somewhat different from the usual. Rigel, no wait, being a nuisance to me is the usual. Subaru, Rigel. Rigel-san? Hurry. Bring out your horn. Grab onto the net. Grab onto it hard and don't let go. Rigel, shut up. Rigel follows his father's orders, unsure of if he was being serious or not, and when he stood on the deep pool of the Grand Geyser, he stared at the swirling water, seeing myriad of fish shadows. Rigel, he grabs tightly onto the edge of the net. Heat gets produced on his forehead. He blanks out for a second, and he felt an excessive amount of exhilaration. The overflowing power swells up endlessly by taking in the mana in the atmosphere. The short 11-year-old Natsuki Rigel had the brute strength of an Oni god inside of him, unfitting of his childishness. Rigel, he puts in unfathomable strength into his thin arms, and pulls out the net at once. The net made of thin iron thread fulfilled its role of not being torn down by demonic strength. Subaru, there it is. Rigel did it. We won't lose either. Everyone, give it all you've got and pull. Everyone, hu. The father continues after Rigel, who became the previous counterattack. No, it wasn't just his father. All the people of Banan he brought along ran up to the net at once, and each of them pulled up the net with their entire soul. He turned his head towards the outside of the net to make sure the fish shadows didn't escape, but they were already in the middle of a devilish strategy. They couldn't escape. They wouldn't let them. Subaru, you guys. Behave, and become sacrifices for Setsubun. They were comrades having unwanted suffering forced upon them by Setsubun. They didn't understand the other people's, the adults' feelings. However, at the very least, I'll sympathize with you guys from the bottom of my heart, and I'll take you with me. Subaru, Yuo. He bites his molars, each of them fighting for their lives, putting in absolutely all of his strength. His palm that grasped the net was hot. He didn't know if the drops of water from his forehead were sweat, or if they were drops of water from the Grand Geyser. The only thing he thought of was him not letting go of his grip. To understand why it became like this again, we'll have to backtrack a few days. It was early afternoon of a day off. The father and son entered the same katatsu, faced each other, and began having a pleasant interaction. Neither of them had school or work, and it was a rare day when they had no plans. They spent their time leisurely in the katatsu since morning, had the same old conversation of house school. Nothing new. Having these kind of days every now and then, what a time of negligence it was. Subaru, Rigel-kun. It's gonna be that day soon. What do you think about that? Rigel, go catch a cold. Subaru, that's a roundabout way of being offensive, oi. The person who responded to those words by curling his lips unhappily was this man that saw his eyes, that looked exactly like Rigel's, every day in the mirror. He had short, black hair, unusual black eyes, and he was the center pillar of Natsuki, Rigel's family name. He was Natsuki Subaru, Rigel's father. He should almost be turning 30, so to the best of Rigel's knowledge, it wouldn't be strange for him to have things like suitable composure and dignity as an adult. However, his father, Subaru, he didn't really seem to be that way, and he had composure that might make you think he'd be 5 or 6, or even younger than that, perhaps being related to emotional matters, or his everyday behavior. Incidentally, currently in the Natsuki family there was Spiker, who was having special education for the gifted as the youngest child, and things like dirty words and offensive words were forbidden for the sake of her emotional development. Thus, it was necessary for him to pick expressions that would soften the abuse of his father down to things like go catch a cold, while still carrying what he intended. But Subaru was not discouraged at all by Rigel's original complaints, and he said, Subaru, well, it's not like I don't understand your feelings, either. I've also reflected on this year. There's no way you'll be hit with more beans during Setsubun than the amount of beans used at Banan in a month. Rigel, last year I didn't think I'd hover between life and death because of something like beans. I've seen it for a while in my dreams, and even now I make noise while having nightmares. Subaru, but don't worry. The number of Onis has increased even more this year, and it's been converted into a plan to distribute and reduce the burden on your shoulders. Nothing similar to what happened last year will happen again. Rigel, stop building a unit with me in the center without warning. In response to Subaru's words, him acting like he cared but not actually caring at all, Rigel hit the katatsu, and he raised his voice. However, he was relatively quick to feel like he was probably wasting his breath, which is what he started to feel in particular a few days after last year's Setsubun. Anyhow, everywhere he went, every man he met, and finally, even any infant would know about Rigel's achievements. If the townspeople whose faces and names didn't match continued to call out to Rigel by saying looking forward to next year as well, he wouldn't have something like a way to escape, as he was timid. Rigel, the kneading from last time wasn't good enough too. Also, about the decorative club, were the thorns filled with cotton properly? It's not like I'm going to hit people, but if by some chance I hit them, there's a good chance the event can get cancelled. Subaru, considering how you're saying this and that, and how you handle things positively, I feel like I've raised you well. That's a relief. Rigel, what are you saying? Also, Isn't the first time you said that when you started getting everyone involved? And putting my right to complain to you aside, don't you feel bad about disturbing the people who are mere participants? Subaru, seems like you're kinda getting old already. Rigel sighed without saying anything at Subaru's unreasonable thoughts. Subaru's words being incomprehensible was also just the usual. Trying to understand all of them little by little would just tire him out. Unlike Rigel's mother, he gave up on trying to understand his father ever since he had an umbilical cord. Rigel, so, is it safe to say that you wanted to talk about Setsubun? I'll have you know that the size of last year's Oni pants and vest won't fit me. I'm growing. Subaru, well, compared to last year you have grown 5 centimeters, after all. It makes me feel good too seeing the height marker starting to get higher at a quick pace. However, I've also had my growth halted temporarily, and there was a lot of time until the next big result. Look at it in a long-term point of view. Subaru laughs, and he reached out for Rigel's head, who was at the opposite side of the kotatsu. He was probably trying to pat it, but he couldn't reach it because of his laziness of not coming out of the kotatsu. It couldn't be helped. Rigel brought out his head, and it got pat. It tickled. Subaru, anyhow, don't worry about the Oni pants. Rem will proceed to secretly work on that. The outfit that is remade every year for your growth. I thought to put visible decorations for the people that come to the ceremony when you get married, but what do you think? Rigel, go catch a cold. While getting his head pat, Rigel wished relatively seriously for a cold that would make his dad breathe painfully. Subaru continues with A and then you see, as he accepts that with a wry smile and says, Subaru, yes, Oni pants are important too, but the bin tossing event committee are the ones that pursue that issue, so we have to groan aha by ourselves. Apart from that, Rigel, wait, you mentioned the name of a committee I'm unfamiliar with. Subaru, apart from that, what's important is the upcoming new experiment for Setsubun. Bin tossing is easy with ihomaki, but we must cultivate the unknown that to avoid getting tired of it. The times always walk fast. If you cling onto the past, you'll get left behind. Rigel, catch it. Go. Catch a cold. The voice that sincerely made a wish didn't even reach his father in front of him, and it got repelled. Rigel hanged his head heartbroken in response to that reality. Subaru nods at his son's situation, listens, and he leaned forward as if telling him to be surprised. Subaru, I racked my brain, and I worked out what the Setsubun event left behind. That being said, in addition to the bin tossing, let's put that thing into practice too this year. Rigel, what kind of strange festival will it be this year? Subaru, don't call it a strange festival. Strange festival is what I want to call it, but I'm ready for that type of slander towards this event too. In response to Subaru's way of speaking, him being gloomy, Rigel had the chills run through his back. From an outsider's point of view, it wouldn't be strange for them to think of things like festivals to scatter beans and hit onis, events in which people would stay silent, eating ihomaki while facing the lucky direction, all as a strange festival, even if they seemed like a family gone mad. However, with the way Subaru put it, maybe they seemed like something more than that. Rigel, no. You're just gonna end up making me suffer again anyway. Right? Isn't that right? Subaru, why have you become such a cynical child? Just what changed you? Rigel, 90% of it was because of dad, and 10% of it is because of mom. Subaru, hee, for you to understand the influence of your parents at that age, you're amazing, eh? To be frank, I've truly recognized that ever since you were born. Rigel, why are you flattering me with a distant look? I'm angry, you know? He rubs the bottom of his nose, and Rigel was seriously appalled at Subaru, who seemed to be satisfied in a way. However, Subaru waved his hands with a calm down, and he said, Subaru, stop, since the conversation won't get anywhere. Allow me to announce what we'll be doing in this year's Setsubun. Rigel, what about the next Oni pants? Subaru, no need to worry, since they're ones that won't hurt your heart or body. A new custom will be added to the Natsuki family, starting with this year's Setsubun. He claps once, and meanwhile, Subaru hit the table with his fingers with fast rhythm. When he urged him with his eyes to imply that he was taking too long with his introduction, his father said Tada. To create an opportunity for himself, and he said, Subaru, we'll be doing Hirogi Iwashi, then, he said that, Rem, so, what type of event is this Hirogi Iwashi, Subaru-kun? A few minutes after the awfully grand announcement, a woman came from the kitchen and returned to the living room. It was a person with long, blue hair, and beautiful, soft looks. She wore a kimono, had a lovely, black-haired baby held in her breasts, and she was next to Subaru in the kotatsu. Needless to say, it was Rigel's mother, and Subaru's wife, Natsuki Rem. Rem had been cleaning up the lunch in the kitchen, and while caressing her daughter, while caressing Spiker so that she wouldn't wake up, as she was full and was taking a nap, she tilted her head in a lovely way. She was listening to the father and the child's conversation, but it seemed like it was also the first time she heard anything about the Hirogi Iwashi that Subaru brought up. It wasn't like the Natsuki married couple to talk about basically anything. Subaru, you listened well, Rem. Hirogi Iwashi is the third Setsubun plan to go with the bin tossing and ihomaki. I can't deny that it feels a little plain and minor compared to previous ones, but for that, it seems like there's some real, well, things like blessings, so it's recommended for religious people. Rem, I see, as expected of Subaru-kun. Woman and the elderly certainly do expect participating in the events like bin tossing and ihomaki to be difficult. It's not easy to clean up the beans and eating all of the ihomaki. You have an eagle eye, Subaru. Ah, yeah. Now that you say it, that is true. Ah, that's right. That's exactly the eye I was aiming for, Rem, yes. So, what is Hirogi Iwashi? What type of suffering will you put Rigel through? Rigel, with this, I feel like making mom catch a cold now too. In response to Rem's words that linked Setsubun, Rigel, and harm with an equal sign, Rigel held his head with his hands and lamented himself. However, Subaru swung his raised finger back and forth, saying tut 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 at Rem's words, and replied, Subaru, Rem, don't jump to conclusions like Rigel. Zero harm will be done to Rigel this time. Hirogi Iwashi is simple, quick work, after all. Don't worry, Rem, IOC. Yes, I understand, Rigel, why do you seem a little sad? Hey, Mom, Rem, just kidding. Please don't take things so seriously, Rigel. His mom's despondent look restored to her usual one, and Rigel made an indescribable profound look at her. Subaru responds to the interaction between the mom and child by clapping his hands as he said okay, attention please, Subaru, it's bad of the Natsuki family to get off track so easily. So, let's reflect and do this again. About the essential Hirogi Iwashi, it's something that's even simpler than things like bin tossing. It's a custom where you impale the head of a fried iwashi onto a hirogi twig, placing it at the front door. Easy peasy, right, Rem, Iwashi, Rigel, Hirogi? Rem and Rigel tilt their heads, respectively, at Subaru, who gave an explanation with pride. The Iwashi and Hirogi words Subaru said were both unfamiliar vocabulary to them. The original name was Hirogi Iwashi, so he thought it'd be simple. Subaru puts aside convincing Rigel for now, and he folded his arms as he nodded saying I get it, Subaru, if this was the old me, I would have said some foolish remark like, damn it. People don't get Hirogi and Iwashi here too, but that's no good. I'm learning, too. I've anticipated it not getting through. So, let me simplify it. Hirogi is a tree, and Iwashi is fish. In other words, it's a custom where you impale grilled fish onto a tree's twig. Rem, grilled fish. Onto a tree's twig. Why do that? Subaru, to be honest, I really have no idea. This event is left at the edge of my sea of knowledge, but it's about enough bin knowledge to make me want to praise myself. Rem, I see. Bin knowledge just for Setsubun. Subaru-kun, well done, Subaru, that wasn't what I was aiming at just now. To the side of Subaru getting hurt by Rem's assistance, her being innocent, Rigel puzzled as he said An event where you impale grilled fish onto a tree twig, Out of all the strange festivals that have happened, it certainly did surpass them in eccentricity, but it's an event that didn't require any particularly active activities. He nods, as there was no need for Rigel to be harmed. Rigel, but, Subaru, and then Rigel felt like just a little something was missing. Rigel, don't start a weird monologue. That's not it. I thought your quietness was off, since you're dad, but those are two different things. Bring it on. I'll impale a fish on a twig. Let's get this over with. Subaru, oh, positive, aren't you? You finally come to accept that Setsubun is a custom imperative to the Natsuki family. I have nothing more to teach you, Rigel. Yeah, I'm thankful. So? What do we have to do, Subaru? Well, hold on. I may look like this, but I am the boss of this Banan Culture Promotion Committee. We've went through a lot of work since last year, and the preparations have been made. Subaru smiles in a way that suggested he was going heh. Rigel responds to that behavior by letting out a really? Seeming to be impressed. The Banan Culture Promotion Committee was a group of people that would spend useless efforts day and night to introduce the many new strange festivals that Subaru proposed for whatever reason as culture, spreading them throughout not only Kuraragai, but throughout the rest of the world as well. For some reason it was surprisingly popular, and the amount of promotion committee people was increasing beyond Rigel's expectations, but him breaking because of that was another story. Anyhow, should there be people cooperating with the Banan Culture Promotion Committee, maybe he really wouldn't need the few helpers from his family, Rigel and Rem. Whether it be for preparations or events, help would be essential to all of it. Last year's bin tossing event that used the town only happened because of working together with the people around, too, Subaru, and so, ever since last year, I've been absorbed in watching for an opportunity, and looking for fish and trees similar to Iwashi and Hirogi. Although it's difficult to look for things that are exactly the same, it would be sincere to the custom if the things are as similar to them as possible. Having the effect change, and having the celebration turn into a curse would be problematic, after all. Rem, so, based off the flow of the conversation, you found fish and trees, right, Subaru? Exactly. They're all fish nearby. Also, it's a place where they're easy to catch. Then, Subaru put his hands around the bottom of his back as he got out of the katatsu, and he slowly brought out something that was put on his trousers. He spread it out on top of the katatsu. It was a map. The map that had the Kuraragai city-state drawn on it at moderate precision, though it was off-putting with its handwriting, and it had Natsuki Subaru signed at the bottom right. After that, he thrust his finger at the middle of the map and said, Subaru, we'll be going to the Grand Mogalade Geyser. This is where the fish surge in schools. Plus, when they try to burst out, they're the size of the Craggle moving forest. Believe in the seniors, spread the roots here, and net a haul of fish. That'll be the mission of the Natsuki family. Rigel, don't just involve us like it's nothing. Rem, Rigel, you can't. Spiker is going to wake. Spiker, wah. Rigel yells in response to Subaru's declaration, him looking proud, and Rem was already too late to panic about that voice, as Spiker's crying resounded powerfully, having been woken up forcefully. That was the fish head tree strategy prologue. Let's talk about the Grand Mogalade Geyser. Even though it has nothing to do with the inner sea of the planet, the platform of the watchtower, from the edge of paradise, the Grand Mogalade Geyser is a place in the Kuraragai city-state country with an extremely favorable environment. What stood out about the Kuraragai city-state's climate were the deserts that were generally dotted around the country, and the abundance of arid regions that were scarce by nature, though you couldn't go as far as to say those regions were deserts. Basically, unlike the kingdom of Lagunica bound with nature and the Wallachia Empire, it was a country with a harsh natural environment, although the type of harshness was different than what the Holy Kingdom of Gusteko covered in perpetual snow had. Therefore, before Kuraragai settled as a single country, each of the small countries competed with each other, scrambling for fertile land. A single hero brought them together, but that didn't mean the natural environment would have any dramatic improvement. Things were the same. The land was still harsh, and it was still an environment where not everything was rich in this rich land. People could only look for some way to manage living. As a result of being in an unreliable natural environment, the way of life chosen for Kuraragai city-state was promoting business activity all over the country. This was how Kuraragai city-state became specialized in trade. Alright, let's go back to talking about the Grand Monoglade Geyser. The Grand Monoglade Geyser surrounding area in Kuraragai city-state has already been described as having a special environment, but to say what exactly would be special about it, it would be that this is the only area with fixed, periodic rain. The intervals were also definitely fixed. That was the only very big thing in the country Kuraragai. The Grand Monoglade Geyser did seem to be a huge lake. However, that entity was not something like a lake, but a large hole that was deep enough to penetrate the bottom of the earth, and the water that fills that hole leads to the great waterfall. And the arising water spouted out towards the sky at fixed intervals in the Great Geyser, tossing dozens of, sometimes several hundreds of kilometers of rain. Thanks to that blessing, a nature unexpected of Kuraragai burgeoned around the Grand Monoglade Geyser, and it was treasured. You could say that the towns like the fourth city Fasumi near the Grand Monoglade Geyser were the ones that benefited from that blessing the most. And now, the Banan Culture Promotion Committee that Subaru ran received backup from the head of the Fasumi city, and they took the challenge of an Iwashi gathering mission at the Grand Monoglade Geyser. It was rumored that behind this cooperation, there was a rumor according to which getting Fasumi involved with the Banan activities had been a tough battle, the latter of which has been rapidly increasing its event-related achievements in recent years. However, this haggling happened between the higher-ups, and neither Rigel, a child, nor Subaru, an adult, had heard about it. It was long, but this was the beginning. It was the outline of the Banan Culture Promotion Committee's fight below Rigel, who struggled at the Grand Monoglade Geyser. In other words, the story will resume from here. Rigel, he throws the net at the Grand Monoglade Geyser, grabs onto it, having succeeded at catching a large amount of shadows of fish, and Rigel roared with everything he had, having unleashed his Oni strength. It was long, way too long of a fight. After Rigel grabbed the net, he felt like a lot of time passed since he came here, but he didn't have any time to think about useless things. As he twisted desperately, he went fishing with Subaru before. It wasn't that Subaru and Rigel were particularly interested in fishing, but Rigel brought Subaru along, as he was whiny about wanting to do parent and child sort of things, so he guided him reluctantly to the rumored pond at school. Rigel ended up having a showdown with the chief that was there for some reason, and he spent no less than 2 hours with it as it tried to snatch the bait. He didn't underestimate fish. Their survival instincts lit up even more than Rigel and Subaru, whose bodies were, incidentally, several times larger than theirs. It was the same as the silver fish trapped inside this net. No, they of course couldn't be compared individually to that chief, but the amount was too different. The shadows of fish, 100, twice that, or even more sparkling lives had tremendous power, absolutely not a step less than that of the Oni grating his molars. Subaru, hang in there. Hang in there, everyone. Adults, heave ho. Heave ho. Heave ho. And behind Rigel, him being desperately determined, there was Subaru, pulling onto the edge of the net like he was, and the promotion committee that came along. Not knowing if their yells were serious or not was the one thing that hurt Rigel's concentration. Your postures are already bad. Drop your hips more. But Liggins-san has back pain, so he can't strain it. Wait, why even come? Get some rest at home, Liggins. You guys, just faking it won't cut it. Adults, Liggins-san. Liggins, we've still got more to show. Gwah. My back. Adults, Liggins-san. He gives a refined smile, and the moment Liggins changed his posture, he collapsed and withdrew from the front. This basically happened because of the defeat of getting old. Most of the promotion committee members were old people that wanted to strengthen the bonds in the area, connecting with youth through events. Young members were chosen as carefully as possible, and the average age was around 60. And well, at this battlefield where they were fighting violently for each of their lives, the people were half dead. Subaru, no. You can't push yourself more than this. Elder. Take the casualties and fall back. People will die at this rate. Subaru takes into account the grimness of the situation, and he fires off his voice as if he made a tough decision. If the wounded weren't going to die, then it would be better and necessary to save them, rather than having them die. Casualties were kept away, but even then, 2 people were needed. In other words, if one person collapsed, a downward spiral of 2 helpers falling out would develop, and the front would finally collapse completely. Now, there was only Subaru and Rigel, safely grabbing on the net, as well as 3 old people. Subaru, D didn't think that it had come down to a battle like this. My bad, Rigel. I wasn't thorough at all with my judgment. I even got Elder involved. Kamov, there's nothing to worry about. We've known each other for a long time, and I knew that a time like this would pop up. The person that shook his head at Subaru murmuring, him being bitter, was a senior that had his white fur wet with water, and yet still maintained his charm. It was the puppy person Kamov-san. The senior Kamov, who traveled the world and boasted about having conquered the 7 deserts, was the one who provided the information about the wanted schools of fish that passed through the Grand Monoglade Geyser. He had that responsibility for the information, and he was also participating in the fishing. But, Kamov, what's regretful is that I won't be able to be with you guys until the end. Subaru, Elder. Elder, Subaru looks back, and he was greatly surprised at Kamov, who he called out to. Rigel also looks back, getting lured by the sound, and he had no words for Kamov, who was no longer in sight. The puppy person Kamov was only 50 centimeters tall, which meant he was the same size as the waves that were caused by the raging fish in the midst of the Grand Monoglade Geyser battle. Just how many times has he stayed with them until the end, even after being washed away? His diligent resistance and his toughness of not making himself noticeable to the others until this moment symbolized his hard-boiled way of living that didn't match his appearance. Kamov, I can't go on. Elder, he was a friend, and a person that visited their home many times. Rigel sees that Kamov had withdrawn from the front, and he quickly starts to lose strength. The horn on his forehead loses its light, and the boy's body turns into one of a mere 11-year-old boy. That was also of course him raising a white flag to the sparkling of the fish's lives. Subaru, Rigel, it's fine. Withdraw. Rigel, Dad. When he sought to let go of the net, Subaru said that to Rigel, being right behind him. That voice's tone catches his attention, and his hands that tried to let go for a second were hesitant. When Rigel looked back, he saw Subaru having the net tied to his wrist, even while being soaked, and he nodded at him, not letting go no matter what. Subaru, I have responsibility. So, I'll stay here until the end. Go back. Go back, and take those people collapsing over there with you. Rigel, but you can't do it. Give it up. Let's replace the net later. Subaru, it's not like I'm holding out because I care about the wickerwork. I told you, didn't I? I have a responsibility. It might be a little embarrassing to the Banan Culture Promotion Committee and you, but this is also a part of my job. As if a parent would screw up a job in front of his kid. Rigel could not respond to that assertion. His enthusiasm was excellent. So excellent that he lost the will to snap at him. However, he had no chance. Could Subaru do something about the failure that happened even with all those people pulling, not even having Rigel, who for some reason was the main force? It was impossible. This battle was already. Subaru, also, you're not taking someone seriously. Rigel, Dad. You mean Daddy? Subaru, even if you aren't taking me seriously, I'm a hopeless adult, so that'd be fine. But, the one you aren't taking seriously isn't me. It's Rem. Rigel, Mom. Rigel was stumped with why Rem's name came in this situation. Rem hasn't participated in fishing with the Grand Monoglade Geyser as a stage, something you'd also understand if you followed the battle up to here. Of course, she came with him to Fusumi, which was called a family trip, but it was not fishing that had the possibility of danger. It was like Rem and Spiker were sightseeing, participating from the Cragral living forest by tearing off twigs. Rem, Spiker and I will be taking our time, so Subaru-kun and Rigel, please be careful not to skin your knees. They each swore to do their best, which was a bit of a calm interaction, but considering that conversation, the mom and the younger sister not being here was a self-evident truth. Therefore, Rigel could not see Subaru's words as anything but preposterous nonsense, but, Rem, Subaru-kun, you understand me as well as always. I'm blushing, Rigel, that voice made Rigel jump, who was trying to make Subaru give up in one way or another. It was a voice that shouldn't have been heard, a being that shouldn't have been here, and yet they calmly appeared. It was a woman with long blue hair put together simply, and she stood alongside Subaru, pulling onto the thread connected to the net so that the sleeves of her kimono didn't get in the way. It was Rem. Rigel was dumbfounded by that entry, but Subaru immediately gave a broad grin and said, Subaru, sorry, Rem. We're in a pinch, Rem, yes. It's always like this whenever I take my eyes off Subaru-kun. Just another reason why I can't take my eyes off Subaru-kun. Subaru, your love is heavy. But that helps. The married couple grab onto the net together, and Rem puts strength into her shoulders, her lips closed tightly. Just from that, the net's force that lost to the fish pulled the fish towards them splendidly. However, even then, they were still outnumbered. Even with Rigel, that inferiority in numbers wouldn't be overturned. They were already at an unmanageable difference in fighting power from the beginning. Even if a miracle happened when Mom joined here, this battle would. Rem, Rigel, hold onto this rope, and stand still please. Rigel, Rem, meanwhile, Subaru-kun and I. Dad and Mom will hold up the net with the two of us, and hope that Rigel won't miss an opportunity. It's a chance for Onii-chan to show his cool side to Spiker. Without being able to hide his confusion, Rigel did just what Rem said. He did not pull onto the net, he held onto the rope connected to the net, and he looked around the area restlessly. What in the world did chance and opportunity indicate? Kamov, this is a man's opportunity. We won't be defeated, Rigel, Elder, Liggins, we're here too, Rigel, Liggins-san. And the other bunch, once again, the assembled comrades grab onto the net simultaneously to wipe away that uneasiness of Rigel, as he was worrying about his parents' limits, and they put in their strength. Even if they were described as half-dead people, if they were half alive, then there was meaning in bundling their power. Now was that time to do it. Adults, heave-ho. Heave-ho, adults, heave-ho. Heave-ho. Rigel frantically opens his eyes while having his concentration disturbed by their yelling. He gets lost in the loud adults' voices, and he feels something. Yes, he feels something like a tremor. Perhaps it was an omen of the Grand Mogolade eruption, when the water would spew out. No, that wasn't it. The tremor was not inside of the Grand Geyser, it came from outside and it was coming towards them. That was, Rigel, the Craggle moving forest. It was the Craggle moving forest that moved, seeking water. It was a quake. Clouds of dust rose into the air, and as for what was approaching, it was a march of green that was passing right next to the Grand Geyser. Rigel belatedly determined what he'd aim for upon seeing the front, that large tree advancing at the very front. Rem, Rigel, now. In response to his mother's yell, Rigel used the tip of the rope as a loop and threw it without question. That loop entangles the tree's thick branch, and the net pulls it. The sparkling of the fish's lives suffered defeat in front of Mother Nature. Let's talk about the Craggle moving forest, the inner sea of the planet, and so on. The Craggle moving forest is a special feature that produced the Kuraragai city-state's harsh environment, as well as the river source that is Grand Mogolade Geyser. It's the name of the many trees whose roots don't stick to the ground. It's already been explained how the water that spews out from the Grand Mogolade Geyser acts as river source around this area, but the water that spews out at fixed intervals doesn't always rain on land. The wind has a particularly big effect, and the land's respective precipitation becomes sparse because of the season's wind direction. Apart from that, the living things that were managing were people and animals, but the plants that relied on water could not do that. Naturally, the Grand Mogolade Geyser's water was a lifeline to them, as they were things that would have no choice but to wither if water wasn't thorough. Having said that, plants weren't things that could make direct appeals, as they didn't have mouths. Therefore, as a result of the influence from not knowing what to do to survive, the trees went through evolution. It was them saying if the land lacks water, then why not just walk to a place with water? And thus, the moving forest that was born, The lively trees that were called the Craggle Moving Forest, picking up the name from the humans that first discovered it, were in the middle of the Maglia Plateau that had the Grand Mogolade Giza water rain on it, and they continued to move all year round without rest. The moving forest's trees were known to be a very fine quality, perhaps because of how they were full of vitality, but they wouldn't stay in one place, so it was difficult for them to gather. To make matters worse, if you stood in their route, you'd get run over recklessly, so they were famous as forestry that put lives at risk. That special characteristic of the moving forest worked as A+, just for this one time. That was when they did something with the force of nature, given that they couldn't win with human power. The moving forest was going for the Grand Giza, so it seemed that I could take my time to join Subaru-kun and the others. That's what I said at the start. Subaru, then, if Rem sees withdrawn people collapsed at the base camp, she'll do something about it, having noticed it. Actually, that's the truth of my strategy. Rigel, strategy? How is that a strategy? It's a German hold of relying on Mom. Subaru, don't put it that way. Well, this is love winning in the end. Rem, Subaru-kun, Rigel, that was a good line? Mom spoils you too much. They raised a big catch flag, and the group went back home. The soaked family talked about this time's cause of victory on the way back, but the one who wasn't quite satisfied with that explanation was Rigel, who wasn't overcoming it. Rem's participation and pulling the Craggle moving forest with a net brought them success, and the large amount of fish that were in the Great Giza was pulled out splendidly. Subaru called them pseudo-iwashi. Actually, after that, the dashing moving forest took away the fish with the net, and there was an act of them chasing the moving forest to get back the net back, but that was left out. Anyhow, they obtained the fish safely, and they replaced Hirogi successfully by cutting down one of the moving forests, so enough of that was secured. With this, the preparations for Hirogi Iwashi that Subaru talked about were complete. Rigel, that was a lot tougher than stuff like bin tossing and ihomaki. We went far too, plus I'm tired. Subaru, yeah, people like Elder were about to die, after all. You shouldn't do things you aren't used to. Rigel, you said it, I've had enough of that. I definitely won't do things like that again. Rigel sighs, and Subaru smiles wryly at him, agreeing with his feelings. Although, the two of them saw Kamav chewing on a sweet leaf carefully. Even though it was a lot of work, fortunately there were no casualties, and there was no damage. They were all somehow intoxicated by the atmosphere, but their injured backs were also recovering through Rem's healing magic. Like that, everyone triumphantly returned to Fasumi, and they should have been talking about distributing things like the fish and the wood now, but, Subaru, that's out of my control. Let's share the hardships of this trip as a family. Rem, yes, the best part of the trip. Rigel, the best part of the trip is sharing hardship. While experiencing a slight feeling of a common-sense crisis, Rigel gets mad as he cuddled his beloved sister, his reward for returning from the jaws of death. Spiker was 1 year old, and recently, she's been frequently standing up and trying to walk on her own. She was an angel that also called Rigel Ni on very rare occasions. Rigel, her first calling me Ni will be my lifetime treasure. Subaru, you are an extreme siscon. Rigel, oh, kinda seems like you're saying daddy after Ni and mommy. Spiker. The grumbling of a loser does make me feel good. Ha ha ha. Subaru, grr. Rem, calm down, Subaru-kun. You have to let Rigel feel superior sometimes too. Also, Subaru-kun is my number one. Rigel, spoiling him again. Rem kindly comforts Subaru, who was depressed. Rigel pouts in a displeased way at that usual interaction. Then, seeing that, Rem let out a little laugh. Subaru, oh, what happened? Rem, no, it's just. We're always together wherever we go. That made me a little happy, and I thought it was funny. Subaru, I see. If you thought of it that way, then it was right to have you on the family trip. Well, forgive me for having it kinda feel like bringing my family come on a company trip. Subaru, seeing Rem put her hand on her mouth smiling happily, makes him also smile again. Seeing that smile makes Rigel feel like he somehow saw through Dad's expectations. They went far to prepare for the new celebration of Setsubun. Of course, They really were necessary procedures needed to celebrate Hirogi Iwashi. That's why fish, wood, and twigs should have all worked as alternatives. So, as for why they still had plans of going far away like this, Subaru, the Culture Promotion Committee, was happy to tackle promoting culture. Being able to study the ways of Banan made Fusumi's great men happy. And, we're happy that we were able to make a family trip. It was a good attempt at finding a solution throughout struggle. No, it wasn't a complete struggle, but 3/8 ths of a struggle, Subaru laughs nonchalantly. The main thing was the very last part of his speech. If he was familiar with spending every day together with family, he could see the light. It probably was the truth that he couldn't ignore the two goals in front of him. Not appropriately declining favors was very inconvenient, and it was the nature of a man who saw much of life. That's what Rigel nonchalantly thought. Rem was looking at Subaru's smile, her smiling with a kind look in her eyes. Mom also definitely was able to see through Dad's heart. That's why Mom did not even oppose Dad's absurd speech from the start, but instead happily went along with it. Rigel, elder, can you hear me out for a bit? Rigel separates himself a little from the flirting called parents' pleasant chat, and he calls out to Kamov, who was drying his body's fur in the sun. Kamov turns around saying certainly. And he looks at Rigel with his round eyes as he said, Kamov, what is it, certainly? Rigel and I are good friends, certainly. Ask me anything, certainly. Rigel, anything special happening in Fusumi this season? Kamov, he asks that question, and Kamov closes one of his eyes, seemingly going into deep thought, just for a little bit. After that, Kamov glances at Subaru and the others, and he immediately nods. Kamov, Subaru has asked me that question too, certainly. Like father like son, certainly. Rigel, no, I don't need to hear about that. Kamov, don't be a party pooper, certainly. This season at Fusumi, famous flowers will. The white snow sakuras will bloom. They were plants that were extremely difficult to take care of that could grow precisely because of how it was Fusumi, land blessed with plenty of precipitation from the Grand Mogulate geyser. It was a scene of all the huge trees' leaves becoming petals that were white like snow. Rigel had never seen snow, but he imagined that it was definitely a stunning scene. It was also a family trip Subaru planned, as he wanted to show it for somebody's birthday that was coming up very soon, using Setsubun as an excuse to go. Kamov, calling him out would be unromantic, certainly. It will be kept secret, certainly. Rigel, I won't say it. But Mom probably knows. Kamov, like I said, it'd be unromantic, certainly. You too, if you're going to marry, you'll take that child too, certainly. Rigel, I'm against raising Spiker exactly like Mom. Kamov, the madness of you wanting to marry your sister like it's no big deal makes me tremble, certainly. He makes Kamov's small body tremble, and Kamov looked at Rigel with eyes that seemed to be frightened. Just when he shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was annoyed with that look, Spiker pulled onto his cheeks. Cute, Subaru, hey, Rigel, Spiker. Come here. I have something to talk about. Then, just when the conversation ended, Subaru called out to Rigel and the others. Kamov jerked his chin in response to that voice. Kamov, it's okay, I'll go, certainly. I won't be unromantic by butting into a happy family get-together, certainly. Subaru, thanks, elder. Okay, then we'll see you later. He waves goodbye, and when Kamov let out a charming smile, while swinging his butt's tail left and right, he walked off in a way that was filled with only love and respect, nothing more and nothing less. Rigel sees that with his own eyes, and then he went back to his parents. When he did, he saw the same old Rem, her cheeks slightly red, and the same old Subaru, him being his reckless and self-confident self. Subaru, ahem. You see, Rigel. I want to show something to Rem and you guys. He imagined what it was from the pretentious expression, and the wording that came out after that. Rigel. There was a pause after Subaru's announcement, and Rigel glanced at Rem. Subaru faced the children, his eyes sparkling, and he did not notice his wife next to him. When Rem noticed Rigel's look, her having a faint smile, she put a finger on her lips, saying, "Shh," as a signal. Starting to talk would be unromantic. Pointing it out would be unromantic. That was greatly understood. Rigel reluctantly shrugged his shoulders. Spiker also shrugged her shoulders, copying him. Subaru, this time's family trip isn't for mere fishing and work. The truth is, the clownish mastermind gets surrounded by the children and his wife, thinking that his secret hadn't been found out, and he magnificently announced the final plan of the family trip. The details of the White Snow Sakura Appreciation Meeting will not be talked about. Let's just say that they were able to enjoy the truly splendid scene of the flowers that colored the many mountains of Fusumi. Well then, the family trip was used as groundwork, and they still had to accomplish the new nominated custom of Setsubun, Hirogi Iwashi, but, Subaru, I didn't see through this unexpected thing happening, even with my amazing eyes. Rigel, that's because you're blind as hell. Come on, use your hands, Dad, they pant, and the big figure and small figure that ran about in the streets of Banan, putting it frankly, they were the men of the Natsuki family, Subaru, and Rigel. They had green and red wigs that were like perms, and vests with black and yellow stripes. They had clubs made of soft material in their hands, the thorns filled with cotton. It was a style of the good old days, and a style of the new era of the Oni. As for what those two were frantically doing in what were clearly Oni outfits, Subaru, trying to do Hirogi Iwashi was fine. But I didn't think it'd cause an outbreak of cats and mice downtown. Rigel, if you think about it, it was inevitable. Of course, the strays would eat all this bait if we hung them up for all to see. Rigel takes decorated fish again from an established point with their branches while raising an angry voice, and it gets thrown into the bag to collect them. They were now at 20. There was still a long way to go. That was because branches and fish were distributed throughout town, and the whole town was practicing this weird festival. Subaru, oi, Rigel, don't treat them so carelessly. This is like a sacred ritual, so the Hirogi Iwashi would be thankful. You should dispose of them kinda like this, filling them at a proper place. You have to do it like that, Rigel, what a pain. Plus, don't implement disposal laws arbitrarily. And anyways. Ow, Rigel continued to feel impact on his little back, as he raised his voice pointing out the lack of progress. When he turned around to see what it was, what fell at his feet were small beans. They were beans, and the ones who threw them were kids chasing him with smiles on their faces. Kids, it's Hunter. Hunter found them. Rigel, crap. We're gonna get covered in beans. Hey, you over there. How can we escape to the other side from here? Shit. Damn, he's nibbling on ihomaki. When Rigel was cornered at the street, trying to look for a way out, he was at his wit's end. The old person that he asked on a porch was looking at the lucky direction of the ihomaki that he was nibbling on. A person in that situation would not speak. He would continue gazing at the lucky direction until he was done eating. Subaru, I feel like damage like this breaks out even at Fusumi, but who will be responsible? Me? What you think, Rigel? Rigel, at the very least, ow. Right now, ow. I've lost a way to escape, ow. So it's your fault that I'm getting hit with beans, ow ow ow. Why only me? He had just seen him in a new light for a little, and yet Subaru still did an unsatisfactory job. The parent and child ran their Oni pants through the town of Banan while crying because of the rapid succession of beans. Surely his mom and sister were waiting at home, eating ihomaki while facing the lucky direction. Would they collect all the Hirogi Iwashi and return home safely? Subaru, hee, Rigel. You're pretty fast now. I'm happy, Rigel, shut you up. Go catch a cold. That parent and child quarrel resounded into the sky. This was also, once again, a shot of the daily scenery at one part of Kararagai city-state.
Extra Chapter 6, Fortune Setsubun Hollow.
Let's get right into it without any introduction. Setsubun season is here this year again. Setsubun is the most feared day in the year for the Setsubun king Natsuki Rigel. In Banan, the Kararagai city-state's second town, it was culture that was now well established, and you'd call it a strange festival. Throw beans should you come across an Oni, eat rolls should you face the good luck direction. This is where the idea of Hirogi Iwashi comes from. Dunno who said that, but that's what Setsubun is like, the new culture in Kararugai. Rigel, I wonder what they'll make me do this year. On the way back from the school Temple Elementary, Rigel, while clasping his hands behind his head, sighs about the upcoming misfortunate event in which he'd probably be attacked. Wear outfits like only underpants and run through the whole town to get away from the hunters that'll be hot on your tail to try and hit you with beans. Rigel does have that sort of role as the king, but that's if we assume the standard turn of events of just the original bin throwing. Every year, Setsubun culture goes downhill thanks to Natsuki Subaru's, Rigel's father's, ideas, and now the damage doesn't stop with just the bin throwing. An event called Ihomaki where you eat ihomaki in silence while looking in the good luck direction. An event called Hirogi Iwashi where you stab a fish head onto a tree branch and hang it at the entranceway to your house. As a representative of the Kararugai Culture Promotion Society, Subaru had a very influential voice, and over the years the amount of those devilishly intricate revamps has increased. On top of that, since they had an agreement to keep these sort of displays as vague information, occasionally the descriptions people give of the events are off from what they actually are as a result of word being passed down like a telephone game. Thus, Setsubun went through changes, and for Rigel it's an event where stuff like beans, ihomaki, and fish heads are thrown at him while he runs around town dressed as an oni. Rigel, nobody gets what Setsubun is all about. Plus, they all treat food so recklessly. If it were just beans it wouldn't be that bad, but other things can't be eaten once they fall to the ground. While looking back at memories of Setsubun, Rigel showed his anger as he grinded his teeth. This has been said before, but Rigel doesn't like the event Setsubun. Every single time he just takes all the hits. Still, he had no intention of being a tank that likes it. No matter how cruel the events may have been, the one thing we can say is that Rigel's father started this. It really irritated Rigel how the original idea was changing into something different. Letting them do whatever they want with no boundaries as a way to have fun in an event was the worst idea ever. And it's supposed to be an event that considers tradition and hearts of the people. Though he did hate it from the bottom of his heart, Natsuki Rigel insisted on earnestly making Setsubun a success since he was born with the ability to be a hard worker. Going off the subject, when it gets to the season near Setsubun when people cut back, in Banan Town every family starts to stock up on beans. As a result, there are kids who misunderstand the point of Setsubun, and oftentimes they bring out beans from their home and throw them at Rigel a day prior. There was also one act on the way back from Temple Elementary where kids saw Rigel and determinedly threw his beans at him which they'd found. However, Rigel, whoop, oh, oop, the beans thrown, the size of them, the amount. Rigel knew the trajectory inside out, and dodged all the beans with the minimum amount of movement needed to do so. If it were only 1 or 2 beans being thrown at him, perhaps it wouldn't be anything to freak out about. However, this time each kid was throwing a handful of beans at Rigel, even though they were kids. 21 to 30 beans a throw was rough. In short, Rigel dodged a storm of over 100 beans without even looking at them. ? No way. ? Without even taking a glance. ? Does he have eyes on his back? In response to them being stunned, Rigel looked back as he shrugged his shoulders. Rigel, too naive, brats, try again. Just how many times do you think I've cheated death every year? Said Rigel as he faced the kids with a twisted smile on his face. That instant, the kids trembled, shrieked as if to curse at themselves for just casually challenging the Setsubun king, then ran away in all directions. ? Eek. We're gonna get killed. ? My god, those eyes. ? The Setsubun king is a heartless demon. Rigel, hop off with the eyes comment. Also, listen to what your parents said about the rules of Setsubun, participate using the right amount. Now I'ma throw them right back at you. Rigel threatened the kids running away on the verge of tears and sighed as he looked at the beans at his feet. Having more of these misunderstood bunches pop up when Setsubun comes near would be troubling. When one does it, everyone else will too, no matter where he goes. Things can't keep going on like this. He always sensed danger whenever he goes out to do a little shopping, or even when he's taking a walk, and that also goes for when he comes back from Temple Elementary. Of course, going off the subject again, apparently this is the only time when there have been gatherer jobs for a short period, since oftentimes beans will be scattered all over town when Setsubun approaches. That's what he'd heard from Klein, a mediator whom he knew. He vaguely remembers being told that they make a fair amount of money and are appreciated. That being said, this also leads to Rigel's senses being really sharp during this time, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go out with cute little Spiker in peace. This was probably one thing he developed as a result of having his life in danger. As long as he's with Spiker, this Holbein thing won't get him, even if they come at him at the speed of light. Rigel, nothing with bin in its name can even touch me now, huh? Saying weird things while looking far in the distance I see. You're just like Susan, Rigel. Oh, Rigel, who picked up a bin and was listlessly murmuring, raised an eyebrow upon hearing that voice. He'd heard this voice before. A Karagian speaker that had a low tone and sounded somewhat witty. The moment he realized who the owner of this voice was, Rigel broke into a smile as he turned around. Rigel, Uncle Halibel. Halibel, glad to see you're full of energy, Rigel. Patting Rigel's head with his big palm as he said that and ran up to him was a tall man who wore a kimono and had a dog face. No, it was a demi-human with a wolf face. This man, who was a wolf man, a race that was considered to be extremely rare, put a golden kiseru to his big mouth that had a full set of sharp fangs, and laughed as he looked at Rigel with his narrow slit eyes. Halibel was a friend of his dad and mom, and to Rigel he was like a relative to him, too. Halibel, kids around your age grow up so fast when you take your eye off them for a second. So fast that I want you to succeed me if Rem-chan lets you. Rigel, I told you this before, didn't I? I need to find a stable job and support mom and Spiker. Can't have myself walking around aimlessly like you, Uncle. Halibel, you sure are harsh. For you to sway me that easily. The way you talk big is too much for me. Halibel laughed wildly with his big mouth open, and Rigel also was acting spoiled with a smile that was appropriate for his age. Rigel was someone who was often pushed around by all the shackles in this world, too. Sometimes you can't look and act like a child when you're exploring the hardships of life, so, that's why you gotta have times when you're just being spoiled, like how he was right now. Rigel, guess that's the least bit of peace you can get as a child whose parents have all their hopes on them. Halibel, you're getting super deep. Doesn't sound cool for a child to say that. Rigel, I don't care about that. Anyway, where have you been, Uncle? You promised to train me, but you were gone for so long that I thought you'd fallen dead on the street or something. Halibel, got me there. If I ever died or something, that'd be a serious concern for this country. It'll also seal my endangered kind's fate. I've got big responsibilities. Rigel, yeah. And you're my master. Halibel, yep. That's an even bigger responsibility. When he was told something clever, Rigel also smiled at Halibel, who laughed in delight. Rigel was fond of Halibel, as he was a sociable person and he'd be intimate with him like this. Although he had a reputation of being an irresponsible person because of his behavior and the fact that he called himself an eternal playboy, it seemed that he was good at his job, and whenever he walked through town with him, he could tell that a lot of people loved him, so much that he couldn't help but feel happy for him. Rigel didn't really know what his job was, though. Rigel, even after you told me that shinobis fight dangerous people day and night to protect the country. You also said that you're a wolf, an endangered race, right? You must be exaggerating. Halibel, well, in your case, you had no choice but to throw away your childish innocence to get through the days. It's a bit unfortunate, but that's the uncertainty of life for you. Halibel puffed out smoke from his kiseru into the sky and gave a wry smile. Halibel, oh right, have you been practicing the substitution I taught you? It's fine if you got tired of it. Rigel, of course I have. Why would I get tired of it? Can I show it to you? Though, the hirogi iwashi that was thrown at me on my way back is the only thing I can use substitution on. Halibel, I see those fish heads every now and then. Susan must have something to do with it. The iwashi head that had been thrown at him was very nice, so he thought to bring it home and show it to his sister for a memory. When he took it out from his shoulder bag, Halibel nodded over and over as if to approve of it. This wolf man has been friends with Subaru for a very long time, and just because of that, he was quick at figuring out what was going on. Halibel, he works for the Banan Culture Promotion Committee, right? I hear about him quite a lot in other towns. He's gotten pretty famous. I'm proud of him, Rigel, he. That may be how he is, but I mean, it is my parents' job. I guess him being praised is kinda nice. Oh, but please don't get carried away and tell my dad. Halibel, kids sure are complicated. Halibel, who put his hand in the front of his kimono and was scratching his stomach, had a bit of a wry smile on his face. Saved by his understanding attitude, Rigel started walking as he went oh yeah and said, Rigel, since you came over here, that means you'll be staying in town for a little while, right? Halibel, yep, for sure. I'm gonna go say hi to people I know for a bit, and then I'll show up at your house at night again. Tell Susan and Rem-chan I said hi. Rigel, uncle. Halibel, Rigel, what about Spiker? Nothing for her? Rigel frankly asked, smiling with his head tilted. Upon hearing that, for some reason Halibel's face stiffened up as though he'd been overwhelmed and said, Halibel, oh, right. Tell Spiker-chan to be a cute girl and wait for me. Rigel, gotcha, I'll let her know. Oh, but I dunno. Spiker is already as cute as an angel as it is. If she consciously tries to be cute and wait, she might just reach an unfathomable level of loveliness. Halibel, that part of you really shows how you are Rem-chan's kid. Rigel blushed and worried as he imagined his cute little sister waiting at home. Halibel, faced with this scene, scratched his cheek with a dumbfounded look on his face. Rigel, I can't be doing this. I have to come home and see Spiker ASAP. Uncle. See you tonight. Don't forget to bring Spiker a present. Halib, oh, okay, gotcha. I'll pick something out and bring it home. Rigel waved goodbye with his small hand, turned around as if to say my work is done here, then started to zoom through town. As Halibel watched him fade away while making clouds of dust, he smoked his Kiseru and, Halibel, you were a sister lover before your sister was born, but after she was born, it's gotten even worse. Rigel, he muttered while giving a wry smile, ignoring Halibel's murmuring, though, even if he did hear him, Rigel would be doing the same thing. He fiercely ran through town, and was rushing home. Rigel, Spiker, cute lil Spiker. While excitedly humming to himself, Rigel ran faster than the wind. Just by picturing my cute little sister in my mind, endless amounts of energy flows from my body. How about I call this the everlasting Spiker engine? The world ought to acknowledge Spiker's endless potential. If everyone in the world were to see Spiker, all kinds of things would come to an end through stuff like fighting. While being possessed by such grand fantasies, Rigel repelled the beans that were thrown at him, waved at his neighbor who was nibbling on a ihomaki to practice for ihomaki, and when he put a fish head he'd been carrying on a hirogi that had only its fish head stolen by a cat, he'd made it back home. Feeling that he couldn't waste another second, Rigel opened the front door, and rushed in at once. Rigel, all right, I'm home. Spiker, Nini's home. I'm going to wash my hands and gargle right now, so be a cute girl and wait for me please. Rigel, with a big smile on his face, announces that he's home while bearing with his urge to hug Spiker right this instant. Washing his hands and gargling was an obligation that he'd been taught since he was a baby. He'd been told that he had to do it so that he didn't get sick or something. And Rigel has actually never gotten sick before, though he wasn't sure if it was because of that. He had a feeling this was simply his healthy mom's blood being just that tough, but in any case, he had to get to washing his hands and gargling. If he didn't do that, he won't even be able to touch Spiker and, you're real different indoors compared to when you're outside. The one who greeted Rigel as he rushed into the bathroom, however, was neither his mom nor his sister. It was the voice of a woman that wasn't in his family. Rigel gulped, and then stopped himself from going to the bathroom. After that, he headed towards the living room while being more cautious, slowly put his hand on the double-door shoji, and then opened it. Inside there was, Spiker, oh, Nini, ? Welcome back. You sure are late. Rigel gazed in wonderment at the scene in the living room beyond the shoji. A kitatsu was placed in the middle of the tatami-matted room, and it was an essential for the Natsuki family during cold seasons. There was a woman with her feet in the kitatsu, and she was cradling a smiling angel in her arms. The woman shook her milky white hair whose ends were uneven and was furtively giving Rigel a sidelong glance with her almond eyes. Her light pink lips slackened, and she made a very provocative smile. Can you not be charmed just because I'm cute, Rigel? I mean, it doesn't matter if there's a beautiful person in front of me, I have my sister. Look, you liking your sister is all fine and dandy, but people will think you're an idiot if you're always like this. Be careful. That moment, he came back to his senses upon hearing those words. What came back to him just then were the indescribable, mixed feelings he had about seeing that woman in her white kimono. It was a frightening but well-groomed woman. In her case, well-groomed may not be accurate, but it's appropriate if beautiful is what's meant by the phrase. She was not a result of a doll maker pursuing beauty, she was more like a natural beauty that was miraculously created by things that had been put together by animals that followed their instincts. Beauty with a hint of crudeness. Frankly speaking, that was all she was, but even Rigel, who still didn't have much interest in women, was moved by just how much of that had to come from a miracle. Although, that'd only be the case if this were his first time seeing her. This was not the first time Rigel has talked with this girl. Rigel, Tia. What are you doing here, Tia, huh? No reason at all, obviously. When I want to be somewhere, I'll be there. It's not like anyone has the right to tell me not to. Oh, there, you're so cute, Spiker. I really want to kill you, Rigel, you're gonna teach her bad things, stop that. While sweetly smiling at Spiker, the woman, Tia uttered some really bloodthirsty words. Rigel thought that she was actually serious when she suddenly said that remark, and when he panicked and took Spiker away from her, he made sure that she was all right as he gently patted her black hair. Rigel, are you all right, Spiker? She didn't do anything weird to you, did she? Sorry for coming home late so much. What the heck is Mom doing? Tia, Rem let me take care of Spiker and went shopping. I was thinking of going too, but this, Katatsu, was it? It seems I can't get out. To fascinate me this much. Even humans do cool things every now and then, huh? Tia pouts over having Spiker taken away from her, but she settled down with the Katatsu. She looked happy, resting the upper half of her body on the table as she moaned while smiling. She looked to be around 20 years old, but the way she talked and acted were completely different. This beauty was also pretty friendly for how stingy she was, not the type of woman Rigel was very good with. He didn't really dislike her, though. Rigel, plus, look at how much of a bum she is, I'm dumbfounded. Spiker, nay. Rigel, yeah, you're right, Spiker. Don't know how I feel about Tia being, nay, but we shouldn't fight. I'm sorry. Spiker closed and opened her hand and pushed on Rigel's cheek. Sensing that his sister was emotionally appealing to him with that, Rigel decided to stop fighting for now. While watching that interaction, Tia took advantage of this and said that's right. Tia, reflect upon your actions. Be sorry. Since you've hurt me, I'd like to eat sweets. Rigel, don't get carried away now. Besides, my kind mother must have already left sweets. Where'd they go? Tia, where, you ask? In my stomach. Rigel, then you'll have to hold out until supper. Rigel had no words for Tia's bossy behavior, who was acting outrageous at another family's house. Tia is another one of Dad's and Mom's old friends, and she's also someone Rigel has known for a few years. According to Dad and Mom, she's apparently more like family than a friend, but honestly, Rigel still had some doubts. And that's because, Rigel, families live together. If you only show up every now and then like this, doesn't that mean you're a relative or a friend or something? Tia, what's this? Getting all pouty because I don't come to see you very much. Your face does look just like Sue's, but I guess you have some cute points after all. I want to kill you, Rigel, don't say such dangerous things. He also didn't like how she would keep on randomly saying "I'll kill you" and "I want to kill you" as if it was a routine that she just had to do at the end of her comments. The way she spoke, the way she behaved. Those aspects were ruining a lot of things. If only she didn't act that way, she'd look quite, Tia. Did you get taller when I wasn't looking? Rigel, gulp. Tia got out of the katatsu, instantly closed in, and stood in front of Rigel. She smelled pretty good. She nonchalantly reached her hand out and touched Rigel's short blue hair. Rigel's silky hair was patted by her thin fingers, and he couldn't move a muscle. Meanwhile, Tia, who seemed to be very pleased with how much Rigel has grown. Tia, kids grow up so fast. Just a little while ago, you were a drooling little shorty, and now you're only somewhat of a shorty. Rigel, that stuff again, huh? People always tell me stuff like you and Halibel-san were there when I was born. Tia, it's the truth. I was there, and Halibel was there, too. I may have not been there during the most important part, though. Rigel, that's when Tia squinted, and it seemed as though she was looking at something far away. It felt like those eyes that were looking far away were not looking at what was in front of her, but at the past, and it made Rigel kind of upset. Rigel couldn't reach that place. Rigel didn't like thinking about that place. Rigel, that stuff sounds too much like bull. Who'd believe that Banan Town was going to be destroyed when I was being born? Tia, oh, it's the truth. The map was this close to being rewritten. I wanted to kill you so badly at the time, by the way. Rigel, you make it sound like you were going to destroy the town yourself. Rigel shrugged at Tia, maybe because she wasn't careful with her word choice. Seeing that, Tia's eyes widened as if she'd been caught off guard, and then she said, Tia, the way you do that kind of stuff, it arouses my sadism. Ah, if I keep looking at you being bothered, I can't imagine how much I'd be pleased. I want to kill you, Rigel, I hate that part of you. Tia, but, even though you don't like me, you've kept my present for all this time, said Tia as she broke into a smile and looked at Rigel's left wrist. Upon hearing her point, Rigel choked, his cheeks became slightly red, and he looked away. On Rigel's wrist, he had a bracelet ornament made from a beast's white fur. This was something Tia gave to him a few years ago when they first met. When she gave this to him, he said something. Tia, do you remember? Do you remember what you said to me when I gave that to you? Rigel, id. Well, I have Spiker, so, Tia, that again? You're so much like Sue in that regard. Rigel gets teased, and he grinded his teeth hard. Spiker, who was in his arms, innocently watched Nini and Nene glare at each other. If I back out here, I lose my pride as a man. I can't let Spiker see me being pathetic. Rigel made up his mind, and he pierced Tia with a sharp look. And there, Rigel, that you love. Tia, that as long as you have white bracelet, I will come running over whenever you're in danger. They both speak at the same time, and the things that came out of their mouths were completely different. Tia's eyes widened in surprise, then her expression slowly turned into a mischievous one, then into a ferocious one a carnivore would have when it plays with a mouse. Tia, hey, what did you just say? Hey Rigel, what did you say? Rigel, shut up. It's not like that. It's nothing. I lost myself. Dad set this up. Tia, ahaha, it's okay. I love you. But I want to kill you, Rigel, goddammit. With Spiker in his arms and with a red face, Rigel turned his body and tried to run away from Tia, who was in front of him. However, Tia quickly prevented Rigel from doing so with quick movements, and when she got in front of him, she kept poking his red cheek with her finger. Spiker, oh, Nini. Nay. Spiker was the only one who was happily laughing and watching them act that way, and their little act continued until Rem came home after she finished shopping. And so, here's to Hal-san and Tia being back again. Cheers. At night in the Natsuki home's living room, everyone at the katatsu made a toast. However, the cups they made a toast with did not have alcohol in them, but tea and a kind of fruit juice. Due to various reasons, nobody was drinking alcohol at this gathering. Halibel, who would even bring alcohol with him to the bathhouse, was no exception either. Subaru, but man, coincidences really do happen. Who would have thought that Hal-san and Tia would come back simultaneously at the perfect time? Rem, it really was unexpected. Thanks to that, we're all here together at the dining table. It made me so happy that I'm worried about whether I was able to cook as well as I usually do. Subaru, oh, so you weren't able to focus on doing your best, and you're a bit worried? Rem, well, I'm always giving it my all to cook meals for our family. Seeing Rem smile slightly while being dreamy-eyed, Subaru scratched his head as he blushed. Frankly, seeing his parents like this was bad for the eyes, but for Rigel this has been the usual since he was born, so at this point it was no big deal. Rigel, uncle, hand me your plate. I'll get some for you. Halibel, oh, as smart as expected. Can you give a lot of meat? Also, don't put too many vegetables. Rigel, aye. But it's not healthy if you don't eat your vegetables, you know. While taking Halibel's order, Rigel skillfully used his chopsticks and dished out hot pot ingredients into the bowls. Tonight at the Natsuki family house, they were having hot pot, and there were also many side dishes arranged by Rem who'd been fired up and made them with her skills. Subaru, it'll be a lot of people, and we'll be using a katatsu. We have to have a hot pot. Rem, yes, that sounds great Subaru-kun. I'm convinced. This was what his parents were saying before they had the hot pot. He didn't really disagree, so he let that be. Also, Rigel liked hot pot. He liked being able to have lots of vegetables, though he wasn't really a big fan of them. Tia, hey, Rigel. Aren't you giving me too many vegetables? Like Hal, I like to eat a lot of meat. Though, I did tell you to give me vegetables. Rigel, what are you talking about? Eat your vegetables. You don't want to get fat by eating only meat. Meat, vegetable, 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 meat, vegetable, vegetable. Gotta go with the meat rhythm. Tia, I can barely even eat my meat. Tia was served tons of vegetables, and she screamed in displeasure. Still, considering that she wasn't putting stuff back into the hot pot, it seemed that she was being taught properly, and that's more important than anything else. Satisfied with what he saw in her bowl, Rigel served the next bowl, and then the next bowl, and continued to serve. Subaru, man, it really helps that we have someone taking charge. Just watching him makes us happy, and the hot pot running smoothly makes him happy. It's a win-win situation. Rigel, stop being ridiculous. I want some hot pot too. Don't make me do everything. Rem, I feel bad, so. Here, open wide. Rigel. Rem pointed her chopsticks at Rigel, who was neglecting his own stomach because he was too focused on serving the hot pot. It was a bit embarrassing, but everyone here was his friend. Rigel wasn't going to care about being embarrassed, and he contentedly accepted Rem feeding him. Subaru, hey, what the hell are you making my Rem do? All right, I'll feed you too. Halibel, oh, Rigel, you haven't been eating at all. I'll feed you too. Tia, oh, okay then I'll do it too. Here, eat this. Hey, come on, eat it. Rigel, nom nom. I can't eat all that. Rigel accepting Rem's food led to all the adults stuffing his mouth with more food. Although Subaru and Halibel were horsing around, they were still choosing things properly, so it could have been worse, but when Tia started doing it, she was only giving him vegetables from her bowl that she didn't like. Rigel, stop messing around. You're all adults, so do it properly. Fooling around in the middle of a hot pot. Respect hot pot more. Tremble with fear at the power of hot pot. Subaru, wow, look at what an expert you are at being a hot pot governor. As your father, I'm proud of how you get into things so easily. Rigel, shut up. You'd never praise me, Dad. Rigel roared loudly and whacked the adults, starting with Subaru. However, the adults laughed and ignored it, irritating Rigel quite a bit. There really was no one on Rigel's side besides Spiker. Rigel, and yet I still got Spiker taken away from me by Tia. Tia, okay, don't get so moody. Like, you, her brother, other ones Spiker likes. I've only met her twice, you know. Rem, she's right, Rigel. Usually you keep Spiker all to yourself to the point of being stubborn, so let Tia Summer have her for today. Instead, why don't you just pet Halibel Summer? Halibel, am I still in that low of a position to you? Judging from the way Rem bluntly expressed who she had a better relationship with, it seemed Tia had won her support and not Halibel, an easy to talk to, beautiful, proud mother. That's who Rem is, but it's rare for her to be this friendly to someone, so Rigel wouldn't say anything if Tia were to stick his tongue out at him. Subaru, hey, don't feel down now, Rigel. Seeing Spiker is a matter of life and death for you too, isn't it? You won't be seeing Spiker for a little while. Don't forget about Tia, Rigel, you can't call her family. Subaru, Rigel, aren't families family because they live together? She only comes over occasionally, so it's kind of weird to treat her like family. Rigel whispered what he had said to Tia in the evening to Subaru. That's when it felt like Rigel was ratting her out, and he was disgusted with himself. However, Subaru ruffled Rigel's hair and said, Subaru, you've got a good point. Is what I'd like to say, but that's not quite right. She doesn't necessarily need to live with us to be family. Tia has her own circumstances. So, she can only show up every now and then. But she always comes when she can. Rigel, Subaru, well, for now just spoil yourself with this awfully popular beauty that occasionally comes over to tease you. You're so blessed. Rigel, what are you talking about? The sound of his tone changed. Once it clearly fell into the banter category, Rigel yelled. After that, he brushed away his father's hand that was above him, then he thrusted his finger at Subaru. Rigel, are you really being serious when you say that I'm blessed? I'm definitely going to have a bad time tomorrow at Setsubun, you know. I'm already so depressed. I won't be able to sleep without Spiker. Subaru, what are you trying to demand here? The right to sleep with Spiker is given by rotation, and tonight it's supposed to be mine. And I'll be giving it to Tia, so even in the worst case, you will have no right to sleep with her. Rigel, goddammit. Rigel tried to take advantage of the mess and win some sympathy, but Subaru has known him for a long time, since he's known him since he was born. His shallow plan was seen through immediately. Then, while the father and his son loudly chatted with each other like that as if it was just the usual, Tia, what's up? Need something from Rigel tomorrow or something? Tia, who was having her finger bit by Spiker who'd heard the ruckus, tilted her head. Rigel wasn't sure how to respond, but Rem took over, nodded, and said got it with a smile. Rem, tomorrow is Setsubun, and it's actually the day of a festival Subaru-kun proposed. And, Rigel will represent the Onis as he runs around town dressed as an Oni while having beans thrown at him. Rigel, that introduction's so misleading. Tia, oh my, what the heck, that sounds like so much fun. Rigel, don't get all enthusiastic about. Tia listened to Rem's rough introduction, and her eyes shined. Though you may be able to tell from the fact that she said something dangerous, Tia clearly liked the bin-throwing part. She liked the part about being able to annoy Rigel, and like she says herself, the sadism in her was very strong. In short, Setsubun is, Tia, a festival for me. Rigel, this is why I didn't want you to ask about it. Who was careless and started talking about Setsubun? Was it me? It was me. I'm sorry, Subaru, you have a lot on your plate. Tia looked at Rigel, who was crumbling with his head between his hands, with eyes that were like those of a young girl who was dreaming. Seeing Rigel self-destructing, Subaru nodded as he said, all right, Subaru, hey, listen up, son. I really understand how you feel. It's true that the Setsubun event hurts you to a very rough degree. As your parent, I can't bear to see it. Rigel, chomp, this tastes like lies. Subaru, that's when you're supposed to lick. Don't bite. Subaru got a bite mark on his hand from his son, and he had no idea what to do with Rigel and his distrustful remarks. Subaru, what made you become this much of a monster? Rigel, bad parenting. And bad treatment from the town. Subaru, I'll have you know I do dress up as an Oni too during bin throwing. You're not the only one getting hit by kids throwing beans while walking outside. Tia, wait, I can throw beans at Sue too? I don't know if I'll be able to take this. Rem, Tia-sama, the meat is cooked now. Say, Tia, who couldn't hold in her sadism, teased him, but in the middle of doing so, Subaru's good wife splendidly saved him, and he continued as he cleared his throat. Subaru, anyway, don't interrupt me. What I'm about to tell you is the most important part. It's rough that you suffer too much every year during Setsubun. So, I've come up with an elaborate plan this time. Rigel, I'm guessing you've added another strange festival aspect to Setsubun. Subaru, you really just don't trust me at all. Still, I'm sure you'll be surprised and you'll accept it, said Subaru, and when he got out of the kotatsu, he looked for his work bag that had been placed at the corner of the living room. Then, he started taking out a round cloth from it. Subaru, Halsan, hang on to that end. We're unfolding it. Halabel, oh, what's this, a banner? What's in it? Accepting Subaru's request, Halabel got up and held the end of the cloth. When they unfolded it in one go, some letters drawn with a writing brush came into his vision. Written on it was, Halabel, Setsubun Hollow, Subaru, the only thing is it's written in I characters so that kids can read it. I actually wanted to write it as, Setsubun Ghost. This is the fourth part of the Setsubun plan I produced. Makes you excited, doesn't it? Rigel, makes me gets the chills. The phrase ghost didn't give him a good impression. It wasn't something that sounded very familiar to him, but Subaru did tell him about them before. Rigel, ghosts are hollow, right? I don't like the sound of it at all. Subaru, well, I get that. But, you see, this ghost is another kind of concept. With regard to that, Setsubun Oni have to take on another role. The Oni in Setsubun don't represent actual Oni. Instead, they give an Oni equals disaster/misfortune sort of impression, and the purpose of the event of driving away Oni is to keep misfortunate away. Honestly, as someone who's descended from the Oni, I really feel like Oni being treated as the symbol of disaster is unacceptable, but now that the idea has taken root so deeply in this town, we have no civil rights even if we push for them. Subaru, there will be no more of that chasing away evildoers sort of thing, and now the Oni are the protagonists of Setsubun. That's how it is now, so just let that go, Rigel, and because I've let that go, now every time Setsubun approaches life gets hard. Subaru, you've had to pull through despite life getting hard, but I've got good news for you. The Setsubun Ghost event is going to save you. Rigel, oh really? Rigel looks at Subaru with dubious eyes. Halabel, perhaps because he saw that this conversation was going nowhere, put lit his kiseru and said, Halabel, come on now, let's let him finish. The only knowledge of Setsubun I have is stuff I've heard from other people who also heard about it from other people, but how are they different from Hollow? Subaru, about that. This time, they'll be allowed to disguise themselves as Oni. Rigel, what? Subaru raised his voice as if to say I have an announcement, and Rigel's eyes widened. The disguise part is what emphasized his surprise. This is because up until now, Rigel had only been allowed to wear yellow-clothed Oni pants that had black vertical stripes, a red padded sleeveless coat, as well as a tremendously bold, bright green wig. Subaru, by putting on clothes that are different from the ones we usually wear, Setsubun ghosts can go through their Setsubun day without getting found by Oni. That's the train of thought I had to come up with this. Rigel, there you go making Oni the bad guys again. Subaru, like I said, I tried to switch them around this time. Basically, I got something in store for the Setsubun costume contest. I indirectly let the town know about it, so tomorrow all the guys, girls, old and young, everyone will flock to Setsubun in costumes. You'll slip in and it'll be like a game of, where's the Oni? Whatcha think? Sounds thrilling, doesn't it? Rigel, kind of sounds like it's become an even dumber festival. Subaru's face was practically asking him, doesn't it sound awesome? And it irritated Rigel. Still, he pondered. With this, surprisingly, he felt like Subaru's idea wasn't so bad. In fact, maybe it was good. Dressing in a way that makes him stand out will be the reason for tons of people chasing after Rigel. However, if he's going to look nothing like a normal Oni, rather, if he's going to have an appearance that doesn't resemble Natsuki Rigel, perhaps he'll be able to go outside with Spiker in peace. Rigel, what happened to you, Dad? Has the father within you finally awoken? Subaru, you say that as if the father within me hasn't been awake until now. The father within me has been in bloom for a good 2 years now, Rigel, 2 years. But that's when Spiker was born. Subaru's teeth glistened as he gave a thumbs up, then Rigel gave a well-delivered comeback. Anyhow, this was rare, really rare. In fact, this was the first time Rigel agreed with his dad regarding Setsubun. Rigel, a disguise. All right, I'll make it through tomorrow somehow, Subaru, that's the spirit. But well, it won't be that easy, Rigel. To prepare for tomorrow, I've taken pics of what you normally look like with a meteor and sent them out. In other words, if you have a half-assed disguise, the town's Rigelists will see through you easily, and you'll be dead. Rigel, aren't you going a little overboard? Just when he started thinking better of him, he made him change his mind again. However, Subaru went tisk-tisk to Rigel as he waved his finger back and forth as he said, Subaru, don't be ridiculous. If this becomes a one-sided game, that would be downright disrespectful towards the bin throwers who've trained their wrists up until today for Setsubun. They go all out, we go all out, only then will it be sportsmanlike. Yeah? Rigel, shut up. Then what? In the end, this is just the same old Setsubun. Rigel's appearance is actually even more well known in town now than it was last year. Rigel was ruled by that sort of sense of despair, having a feeling that he'd be killed by beans tomorrow. However, Rigel was, no, Rigel. It won't be like that. Leave it to your mother. The one who gallantly got up and came to the rescue was none other than Rem. She was in a light blue kimono, and when she tucked up her sleeves, she clenched a fist with her game face on. Rem, Subaru-kun told you something. That they'll be going all out, and we'll be going all out. That's exactly what's going to happen. So, all we have to do is give it all we've got and play along. Rigel, but Mom, what are we going to do? Wearing costumes is one thing, but I've never disguised myself before. They'll easily recognize me, and I'll be dead. Rem, you're so silly, Rigel. You don't have to take on everything all by yourself, Rigel, huh? With a smile, Rem nodded at Rigel, who was confused. She gently reaches her hand out, then Rigel's mom's hand touched his cheek. Then, their blue eyes met each other. Rem, listen, Rigel. Leave this to me. Subaru-kun. Your dad thought hard to come up with this idea for your sake. So, it's only natural for me to do my part as his wife. Rigel, Mom. Upon hearing those words, something warm started to fill Rigel's chest. Then, Rigel thought for a little bit, and, Rigel, all right. I'll trust you, Mom. This was after Rigel, who believed in Rem, left it up to his mother to handle the matter. Rem, what do you think, Rigel? I did the best I could, said Rem as she firmly nodded while appearing to be wiping the sweat off her forehead. In response, Rigel took a good look at himself in the full-length mirror. In the tall mirror that reflected his whole body, there was a brand new Rigel. Rigel, this is me? Reflected in the mirror was a pretty girl who was the same age as Rigel. She had a kimono that was based around a dark indigo blue color, and a distinctively light red hair ornament. Her light blue hair was put up nicely, and she kind of looked like a rich girl. She did have a sharp look in her eyes, but her long eyelashes and lightly rouged cheeks coupled with her slightly embarrassed expression created quite the charm that'd sway a man. She turns around. Rem nods. She turns around. Halibel breathed a sigh in amazement. She turns around. Seeing that girl, Subaru grinned and said, Subaru, let's name this Unatsumi Rimmel. Rigel, shut up. I was an idiot for trusting Mom. Rigel hated Subaru's expression as he held in his laughter, so he stomped his feet with all his strength. Of course, the pretty girl reflected in the mirror was a magnificent transformation of Rigel done by Rem. To be honest, it was so perfectly done that it made Rem's skill scary. Rem, I saw nothing wrong with it. Rigel, I think you almost have the same potential as Subaru-kun. It's a masterpiece. Subaru, yeah, it's pretty cute. I was worried about your future when I saw that you were born with eyes just like mine, but in the worst case, something can be done about the eyes. Rigel, as if there are. What do you mean? This'll open a door in the future. And what's this about me almost having the same potential as Dad? Dad's going to cross-dress too, Subaru, Natsumi Schwartz. Look forward to tomorrow. Rigel had no choice but to yield to Subaru's vaguely confident reply. Halibel taps Rigel's shoulder. When the slit-eyed wolfman let a sigh out of his large mouth, he said, Halibel, you might not be very happy about it, but isn't it well done? I mean, that kind of outfit may be useful for sneaking into places if you're going to succeed me in the future. Rigel, stop trying to cheer me up. In fact, just knock it off, uncle. I have to do this. Halibel, you're getting pretty into it. Perhaps he just liked to laugh at himself. Perhaps he's just the type to get totally immersed in whatever he did. Or perhaps he was just used to it. While Riley smiling at how quick Rigel switched to accepting reality, Halibel scratched his head as if to think for a bit, and he said, Halibel, then how about I teach you the clone technique for tomorrow? Dunno if it'll go well if you only learn it on the spot, but you've got a feel for it, so maybe you'll be able to make like one more of yourself. Rigel, is clone the thing you used to make 4 of yourself? Halibel, yep. I become 4 times the trouble, so it's super strong. The thing I have to be careful of is, although I become more troubling the more clones I have, the wounds are shared. So if I get hit, I take 4 times as much damage. Rigel, I can't see anything coming out of it other than me being hit by 2 times as many beans. Halibel, wow, even your voice is higher. If that's how it is, maybe I really do have a higher chance of surviving if I nail acting like a woman. I should forget that I'm Natsuki Rigel and be so girly that they'll hesitate to throw beans at me. Rigel, so I'm being a Setsubun ghost to keep the Oni away. Halibel, it's not really like you're going to fight against your own blood. Rigel, uncle, I won't lose. Halibel, yeah, okay then. Go ahead and try your best. I like how you go all out in everything you do. Since Rigel was fired up, Halibel threw away his thought and was about to pat his head, but then he tapped his shoulders, perhaps out of worry that his hair would get messed up. The way he cared about his hair made his heart skip a beat. Rigel, this is bad. My doubts about this being me are already fading away. Subaru, the way you get influenced so easily is both one of your strong points and one of your weak points. Rigel didn't touch on who that someone that influenced him was and just stuck his tongue out. Anyway, if we disregarded Rigel's own shyness, the Natsumi Rimmel, previously Natsuki Rigel, strategy surely will be effective. If there was a problem, it'd be, Tia, pant, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. T, they're going to try to kill me, what the heck, ah ha ha, Rigel, it's not that funny. I'm going to get hurt too, you know. Tia, come on, stop being so into it. Ah, my stomach hurts, it hurts. Tia had been laughing ever since Rigel's makeover had been finished. Although, it'd be kinda weird if she were to just accept it as if nothing was odd, so he was thankful that she was laughing at him. Rigel, do I really look that weird? Rem, I'm proud that it is pretty perfect. But at the same time, when I look at you now, I do get the feeling that I may have created an absolute monster. He turns around to the mirror and makes a quick pose. He thought it was cute. Even though Rem was satisfied with how Rigel was doing, she was starting to break into a bit of a cold sweat. Seeing his parents' reactions in the corner of his eyes, Rigel laughed inside, delighted with how things were going. Of course, he didn't actually like cross-dressing. Well, he did think that it was pretty perfect, and he was surprised that he was pretty cute, but that was different. When they realize that their own actions are going to put their son in danger, surely then his parents will learn to not have their ideas get out of hand. By no means was he enjoying this cross-dressing, since this chance doesn't come all that often, and letting out his daily frustrations by intimidating his parents. Rigel, hey, Spiker. I'm going to do my best tomorrow. Spiker, Spiker, who was playing around, going in between everyone's legs under the katatsu, turned around upon hearing Rigel's words. Then, she stared at her completely unrecognizable pretty brother, and put her finger in her mouth. After that, she said, Spiker, Nine, and she had a crisis from perceiving his identity, making her sink. The boisterous dinner came to an end, and the night went on at Banan Town. Tomorrow's Setsubun. Tonight is the night before the final battle. Rigel's the type that usually can't sleep when he has plans the next day, so on the night before Setsubun he was especially nervous. Apart from Setsubun, there's also family birthdays. Still, my heart's pounding. Halibel, who had an evening drink with his dad after dinner, has already returned to the tenement house. Subaru has gone to the Kararagai Culture Promotion Society for one last business meeting for tomorrow's Setsubun, and Rem went with him too. She probably requested, "Please take good care of my son tomorrow." She's a conscientious and meticulous mother. Because of that, Rigel knew that he was going to be protected by a lot of adults. Since they were pushing Setsubun so much, the adults, including Subaru, have probably made sure that Rigel won't get into trouble. They were thorough with the festival's participation guidelines too, so they probably have some sort of means to prevent Rigel from being mistaken for an enemy in tomorrow's Setsubun ghost plan. He should be ready for the worst scenario, which is a paper sticking on his back saying, "This guy's an Oni." And so, his parents were not at the Natsuki home at night. This is when Rigel would become the backup family head and steel himself to protect Spiker the cute angel. Can't sleep? A voice spoke to Rigel while he was sitting on the veranda, gazing at the blue moon in the sky. The person sat straight down next to Rigel before he could turn around. A warm shoulder unreservedly touched Rigel, and he released a small breath. "Tia, I'm not really sure about this, but don't human children sleep around this time? You're going to be busy tomorrow." "Rigel, that's true, but it's fine. In my case, a little lack of sleep puts me on edge, and I can move better." "Tia, but won't your disguise be ruined if you get eye bags?" "Won't it, Natsumi Rimmel-chan?" Rigel was told that in a mocking tone, and his cheeks suddenly had a tinge of red. He was being led by the nose and played around with. Rigel turned away, not wanting to realize that. However, Tia chuckled, and gently pushed her nose onto Rigel's nape. "Rigel, Tia, relax. The smell of nervousness. Can really smell embarrassment too. You're so dishonest and cute. To the point that I want to kill you." "Rigel, that again? If you want to kill me, just do it." Rigel sighed as if to send the message, "Not like you can anyway." Then, in response, Tia's eyes opened widely. After that, she bit her lip just for a moment, looked down, and said, "Tia, you're right. I want to kill you, but I can't." Then, Tia's lips slackened, and with a smile continued and said, "Because, Tia, I love you, after all." "Rigel," they were the words Tia had said when he first met her. Upon hearing them, it really stirred his heart. This was probably the first time he had someone that wasn't in his family say "I love you" to him. On top of that, it was from a stunning beauty. He'd be crazy to not think anything of it. Rigel fiddles with the bracelet on his left hand's wrist, unwilling to acknowledge the turmoil in his mind. A bracelet made of white beast's fur, another thing Tia has given to him. She had said that as long as he has this, she will always come running to save Rigel. "Tia, you've never used that. You've never called me over." "Rigel, 'cause it's kinda pathetic. Calling you over just by crying for help. I don't wanna do something like that." "Tia, really? Doesn't your dad Sue tend to be quick to ask for help from others?" "Rigel, Dad does do that, but Mom loves him for it, so it's fine. But I'm not like that. Thanks to Mom's blood, I'm different from Dad. When I want to see someone, I don't call them, I go see them." "Tia, Though it did take a lot of courage to say this, Tia had a negative reaction. She snorted as though she was ignoring him, and played with her milky white hair that was on her shoulder. "Tia, what a cold night it is. I wonder when Rem and Sue'll be back." "Rigel, it's the day before Setsubun, so they'll probably drink a bit and will take a little longer to get back." "Tia, is that so? Then I guess we should get to bed, since we wouldn't want to catch that drunk smell." Tia stood on her tiptoes and got up from the spot. The Natsuki family has a rule such that, at night, everyone must put their futons together and sleep in one room. Even on days when Tia stays over. The one thing that changes every day is who gets to sleep with Spiker. "Tia, tonight, I get to sleep with Spiker. You jealous?" "Rigel, yeah, I am. Who cares about Setsubun?" "Tia, that was such a fast reply. You really are scary." This was about Spiker, so he couldn't possibly lie, and he couldn't come up with a reason to lie either. Tia squinted her eyes at Rigel, who had those sorts of thoughts as he curiously tilted his head. Tia, earlier I'd figured this out by the smell, but you're nervous, and you're only acting tough, aren't you, Rigel? Well, if I say you're wrong, that'd mean I could be lying about a ton of things. Tia, tons of things or not, stop being stubborn. Here, come with me, Rigel, Tia, who'd gotten up earlier, pulled Rigel's hand and made him stand up. Slender fingers, and the feeling of her smooth skin. Rigel, who was unexpectedly forced to stand up, was taken by surprise. Then, Rigel, still shocked, had Tia's smile coming close to him. She was right there, smiling at him, almost close enough for both of their noses to touch, and, Tia, I'll help you be brave. Today, I have the right to sleep with Spiker, so I'll give you the right to sleep with me, Rigel, huh? If I do that. What's up with this? Tia, you, me, and Spiker can sleep together. I don't want to give up being next to Spiker, but I do feel bad for you, and when I look at your poor old face, I'm itching, just dying to kill you. Rigel, I get it. I'd like to go with your idea. Rigel, with an entranced look on his face, surrendered to the danger of Tia as she blushed. In response, Tia nodded, saying very well. Tia, come on, if you've decided, then hurry up and get ready. I like to get some sleep without nightmares on my good days every now and then. I'll even sing a lullaby for you, which I haven't done in a while. Rigel, a lullaby. Tia, yep, the Killam song. Rigel, Tia. It seemed the lullaby that his mother had hummed to him long ago came from Tia, and clearly the girl herself was a dangerous. Still, even though she was so dangerous, she's never changed, and her presence has always saved Rigel. If she could just stay the same as she was when she first met Rigel and left an impression on him, then maybe someday he'll catch up to her. Tia, Rigel, I know, I'll be there. As Rigel heard Tia's wondering voice, the night sky hit his face, cooling down his hot cheeks and ears. When he gets in the futon, he might be hot again, but by that time, he'll already be snuggled in the futon anyway. It didn't matter. So, Rigel, arg, goddammit. Be quiet, heartbeat. While muttering, Rigel started walking to the futon where cute Lil Spiker and Tia awaited him. Incidentally, the next day, Setsubun Incorporated with Setsubun Ghost turned out to be a huge success. Setsubun Ghost was well known throughout the town thanks to Natsuki Subaru suggesting it. So, many dressed-up people got mixed together, even travelers from out of town came to enjoy Setsubun, and the bin throwing ended up being a big event. As a result, with the Setsubun Ghost contest suddenly being held, events and such were done to judge everyone's customs, and the Natsuki family taking the victory stand remains as a photographic record taken with a meteor. On it were a lovely little girl, a somewhat bewitching beauty, and a beautiful woman dressed as a dashing, gallant man. With those three who stood together on that victory stand were a big wolf man, and a smiling beautiful woman carrying a baby.